My poll tax certificate from 1960 when we had to pay $2 or $3 to vote, and we only made $2 or $3. So you had to choose between eating or voting. That was the suppression back in the 60s. If you missed 1 year, they doubled it up on you the next year. I didn't have to pay because I was a veteran. So this is my exemption certificate, but I had to show it. So when they say you don't have to show ID, we've been showing ID since we started voting.
All right. Top of the day, top of the morning. Let's make it do what it's do. Rep your city. Everybody on Facebook. I'm representing Chicago, Twitch, Kick, and YouTube. I am representing Chicago, Illinois. Here I go with my situations. We got Dallas in the house with the beautiful Sharon. We got Indianapolis in the building. Rep your city, rep your city. We got Norfolk in the building. We got Harrisburg in the building. Now, when I talk about these situations, I am not promoting hate. I do not hate Black immigrants, okay? I'll repeat. I do not hate Black immigrants. But I do feel that Black immigrants do not benefit foundational Black Americans in any kind of way. And I feel that Black immigrants bring tribalism to the United States. Us foundational Black Americans, we're already united within our fight on what we're trying to do. And I feel that Black immigrants are not mentally prepared to deal with the United States of America. I don't think they have it. And I think they're just in the way. I think Black immigrants are in the way in the United States of America. They become a distraction to our struggle. And they're used to look like they represent us when they don't. And for the most part, based on our position, they are the ones that most likely will be jealous. We have no reason to be jealous of them. They have every false and misguided reason to be jealous of us. And so they're in the way. I spend a lot of time around Black immigrants, being a young, comedic brother studying different ancient knowledge, which is good to do. Ancient knowledge is good. But there's a big difference in studying ancient knowledge and then following modern foreign cultures. That's something I never did. I study ancient knowledge, but I never follow no African cultures, no Caribbean cultures or anything like that. I always did my own thing. I had my own concept before I really got around people from the Caribbean. I was always into nature mostly. So I never grew my dreadlocks because of Jamaicans. I grew my dreadlocks because of nature. I was into natural hair, natural food. I ate better than lots of Rastas. Lots of Rastas ate animal products. I didn't. So I was always on my own level. I was always plant based on my own, dreadlocks on my own. And I was always just a black dude from Chicago. I never put on no accent. I never distanced myself from foundational black Americans. Everywhere I went, I was always in the hood, around the brothers and sisters in LA. I was in the black community, dealing with black Americans, foundational black Americans. Always. In certain type of situations. Because I did play music, I did play reggae in certain situations. The Jamaicans, a lot of them was phony. They talked black global unity, but they was nothing but Jamaicans. They weren't really global. Okay. So today I'm here to really talk about something I see what's going on. Immigration has revealed what black immigrants really think about foundational black Americans. I don't know if you're paying attention, but the Trump administration ended the temporary status for the Haitians. The Trump administration, and all of the venom and hate came towards us. I don't know if you're paying attention, but the Haitians are saying nothing about the Republicans, nothing about the Trump administration. I don't know if you see that. The Haitians are throwing all the hate at foundational black Americans. They are saying nothing about the United States government. They are saying nothing about the white Americans in the government that wants them out of here. All you got to do is look. It's crazy. Which, from my point of view, I mean, they absolutely got to get out. Definitely get out. Definitely. I have no sympathy, no mercy. I feel like it can expand to other black immigrants. I believe all black immigrants are the same way. I ain't gonna lie. I believe that black immigrants do not like foundational black Americans at all. I believe they're extremely jealous. The Jamaicans, the Trinidadians, all of the Africans, all of the Caribbeans. I believe that. I believe there's a deep-seated jealousy with black immigrants in this country and abroad when we go to their countries. I believe that. Being a musician, I've been in the trenches playing reggae because I love music. And there was definitely a lot of hate within the reggae and the Rasta movements. Lots. It definitely wasn't nothing like what they were saying on the outside. I didn't have to deal with it a lot because the way I dealt with it is we in LA though. So calm all that down. You know what I'm saying? I'm outside with the Crips and the Bloods. I'm outside with FBA. So I had a certain amount of power when I was playing reggae. Because by me just being NIGGA, you know, I was always highly respected and adored in the hood, you know? And I could sick the hood on you. You see what I'm saying? Because I was still outside. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't really conscious. I was a little unconscious. I was a little inside in the membrane. I was outside. You know what I'm saying? Because my I sold novelties, but I sold novelties on both sides. You know, I sold a lot of novelty at foundational Black American events. I made a lot of money there. I didn't make all my money at reggae events. I'm at Kwanzaa. I'm at Black Liberation Day. I'm at those events, you know, popping off the red, black, and green. So I never was like in any particular, I was always a Black American, basically. I was always a Black American at this stuff, and that's what I am. And it's not going to be no problems because you're in America, you're not in Africa, you're not in Jamaica. Now, we're not extending that. We want y'all out of here. I don't even want you in my chat, so you know I'm not going to fight for you to stay in the country. Okay, goodbye. Now, no, we're not. We're not. Haitians have never stood up for foundational Black Americans. I can't remember no support from Haitians, and Haitians have been very disrespectful towards us since their temporary status has been canceled. They've shown their true colors. Okay, the amount of hate and dislike that have came our way is ridiculous. Vic, yeah, he's with that whole tether energy. The amount of hate that has come our way, as if we have anything to do with immigration, as if we have anything to do with ICE, has revealed that the Haitians never liked us anyway. Get out. Am I lying? Should we get any backlash from the federal government under Donald Trump throwing out Haitians? I'm just asking. Should Haitians be saying anything, right? Seriously. Should Haitians be saying anything about us? Do we have anything to do with ICE and them being thrown out the country? We don't got nothing to do with that. But they all over social media trashing us. And they saying nothing about the Trump administration and the Republican Party. Nothing. Foundational Black Americans is getting all the smoke from the Republican Party throwing out Haitians. They're bringing up, and you Black Americans this and you Black Americans that. It ain't our fault. We don't control. Let me ask you a question. Do we control ICE? Yes or no? Just do Foundation Black America control ICE? Yes or no? Give me a yes or no. Just give me a yes or no. Do foundational Black Americans control ICE? Yes or no? Just give me a yes or a no. I don't want to do silly. I ain't doing no silly. I ain't doing nothing silly. So let's get just straight to the point. All right. There you have it. So they shouldn't have our name in their mouth. Now, let me ask you something else. Is talking crazy about us going to help their situation or guarantee they got to get the fuck out? What you think? What you think? Is talking crazy about me going to help you stay in the country? Because talking crazy about me could make it bad for you outside. I'm just saying. Like talking crazy about me, it could go face to face like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. Like talking crazy about foundational Black Americans just make more people hate you. Yeah, you just give the Republican more power. And so the Haitians is slow. They made their situation worse. They made their situation worse, including us. We hadn't said nothing about that. We ain't got nothing to do with that. We ain't had nothing to do with none of that. We don't got nothing to do with ICE and the government. We ain't got nothing to do with ICE and the government. What we got to do with ICE and the government? Seriously, why are they making videos discussing us? Now, we got to say, y'all been scamming, been taking money off of our table. That's our money. That's our taxes. You ain't paid no taxes. You ain't paid no taxes. American citizens that been here forever is the one that build up the tax in the pot. That money in the pot come from years and years of taxes. You ain't paid no taxes. You really ain't earned nothing. Haitians, you've earned nothing you getting. And as far as you working in the nursing homes and stuff, I know a lot of Black nurses, and you're horrible. Africans too. It's going to be a good thing to replace nurses in nursing homes and in hospitals. Replace the Africans and Haitians with some Black Americans and Americans, because that third world treatment that you all have bought to the nursing homes and the hospital, do I have to go there? Do you really want Big Pharaoh to do a live on that? Because I can get nurses on the phone on the live. You want me to do that? Because you keep talking about we the ones working in the hospital, we the one working in the nursing home. And how have you done in there? Horrible. Horrible. That's one reason the treatment in the nursing homes and the hospital is deplorable. Nobody wants Black foreign nurses to touch them in the hospital. And this is not hate. This is a fact. When I got stabbed and I was in a USC hospital, I had to call the head of the whole nursing to tell him I did not want that African lady touching me. She was mean, she was evil, she was 100% unprofessional, and she was practicing tribalism in there. She did not like Black Americans at all, but she's their nurse. And we've seen videos of Black immigrant nurses. I hate them. I hate them. And then there's a nurse. Y'all remember the one Black lady? I don't know where she was from. So as far as professionalism, to me, Black immigrants have brought a large portion of unprofessionalism to America. Third world treatment. The sooner we replace them, the better the service is going to be. And that is a fact. So we're done with the black diaspora as a whole. As far as I'm concerned, as a foundational black American, my advice to black foundational black Americans is we need to be done totally with the black diaspora. The black diaspora has been over here coming heavy since I was young. And they've been horrible. They've been absolutely horrible. They've been horrible in Pan Africanism too. They're one of the reasons that Pan Africanism didn't go anywhere. They're one of the reasons the reggae movement died. The reggae movement died because the Jamaicans and the blacks involved in it didn't have what it took. Yeah, we're not doing no trolling, bro. We ain't doing no trolling. They didn't have what it took to push like no type of Pan African. Jamaicans didn't have what it took to push Pan Africanism. You had some real rosters, but you had too many Jamaicans that just grew dreads, and they was the yard man, and they wasn't really Pan Africanism. They was just hustling reggae, okay? And Jamaicans totally destroyed reggae, totally, because what they was singing, they didn't live what they were singing. They didn't represent no black unity, okay? Much respect to my brother Andrew for supporting the channel. FBA all day, you already know, famo. So, Jamaicans destroyed Rasta and reggae, destroyed it. You see Rasta's weaker than ever because Rasta was pushing Ethiopia and black world unity, but Jamaicans was just pushing Jamaica. They wasn't even pushing Ethiopia. They wasn't pushing no Ethiopia, they pushing Jamaica. You know what I'm saying? It's like, wait a minute. How you praising Haile Selassie, but you just a Jamaican? Like, what Haile Selassie got to do with Jamaica? Oh, okay, I gotta go. I quit. Yeah, Pharaoh, I quit. I be quitting. You know, I be quitting real quick. I know they like, bro, you used to be stuff. I be quitting stuff. Yeah, I be quitting. I don't think I want to be Pan or African. I quit. You know what I'm saying? One thing about me, I will quit quick. Okay, I'll quit. I will quit quick. Okay, I'm gonna keep it real. I will quit. So you can say that. You can say Pharaoh, but we'll quit. You can say that. I won't be mad at you. You can say that. Don't say I be flip flop. I'll be flip flop. I'll be quitting. Say it the right way. I be quit. I quit. This is bogus. One thing about me, when I get into something and put my heart into it, if I see it's fake, I quit. I'm not like Sarah Seti, where he see that trash he pushing is fake, but he want to keep pushing garbage, right? He not like Big Pharaoh. He might as well just quit because that stuff he pushing is bogus. It ain't gonna do nothing for him and his family. At this point, he just a sucker for love. You know what I'm saying? He won't quit, bro. Hang it up. That stuff you pushing is trash. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking to Sarah, I'm talking to Sunan, I'm talking to Seti. All three of y'all. Okay? Where that's at? What city is that at? What city? What city was that at? Because here in Chicago, We got to know your family. You can't just be running around here talking about you know nothing. What city that at? That must be L.A. Because L.A. didn't let. Oh yeah, New York. Yeah, New York. See, here go the thing. New York is an immigrant city. See, anytime for the young people watching me, all the places that's on the outskirts are immigrant. New York is immigrant. LA is immigrant. Because they're on the ocean. They're where the planes come in. That's where the planes come in. So if you go to LA, you go to California, you're gonna see a lot of Samoans, Hawaiians, groups you don't see in New York. And you go to New York, you're gonna see a lot of different ones over there. So they attract two different types of immigrants. And you go on the West Coast, going to be a whole bunch of El Salvadorians, Mexicans, Guatemalans, like that. MS-13, like that. You go to Florida, it's going to be a whole bunch of Haitians, Jamaicans, Caribbeans, because they right there, right? But what happens is they run the places over. So right now you can't even get a job in Miami if you don't speak Spanish. See, they degrade the country. So with all of these immigrants, LA, Miami, New York, it's trash right now because they didn't keep it American. They let foreigners overpower it and turn it to a foreign place, which will be the destruction of the country if they don't fix it. They got to fix that. They got to get all of them funny style people out of there. They got to get them out of there because they're going to destroy the country. Then you can't put them in prison. They're going to ruin the prison system. You got to deport them. If you arrest a Crip or a Blood and they're a foreigner, deport them. Deport them. Stop putting them in jail like they're Americans. They're not Americans. They don't want to be Americans. See, a lot of immigrants don't want to be Americans. A lot of immigrants are leeches. They just want to eat off the country. The only real immigrants that come here that really want to be Americans is the white ones. The black ones, they don't want to, they just here. Africans just here. They still Africans. They don't never become Americans. The white ones become Americans. They can come from South Africa. They can come from whatever. They leave that over there, and they become Americans because they know how the game goes. They don't push country. They push race. That's why they be winning. So when the white ones come, whatever all the other white ones is, that's what that white one's going to be. Yeah, they're going to come over here. They be like, what y'all white folks is America? Okay, I'm American. Okay? Blacks, black men especially, they'll kind of move around black men and say, what y'all? Y'all this? Okay, I'm that. The black man won't do that. That's why black people losing internationally. That's why they ain't Africans in Africa. But the people stealing from them, the Chinese is Chinese. The whites is white. And they come and robbing Africa because the blacks ain't black. They got Tunje, Abumbe, Watuse, Zulus, and Zingde, Gamangde. They all that weirdos in Africa. Africa is the perfect example for failure, tribal failure. They don't want to be, they don't even want to be Nigerian. They got 400 different groups. They won't even be Nigerians. They won't even be Ethiopians. So bringing a bunch of tribalistic losers to the United States and mixing them with foundational Black Americans, it ain't going to work. See, your ancestors, foundational Black Americans, was in this country and didn't have no choice but to be the same people. We couldn't be all that weirdo stuff. See, right now we got a lot of tether types. They over here with all this weirdo conscious knowledge, but they not really black Americans, and you could see it. And all of the ideologies and stuff that they be bringing, none of it really be beneficial. It be to hustle and make money, but it really don't be to uplift the nation. They never come with no nation building. They always come with some weirdo, esoterical stuff. If not, they'll come with, you know, Islam, more, they'll come with that division. They'll push that. I'm Moorish, you know, they'll come with that nonsense. I'm nation of gods and earth. No, you's a loser. That's what you is. How you a nation of gods and earth? Where your nation at? See what I'm saying? So they'll come with a bunch of clowns to say that's out of New York with the tethers. See, the tethers started all that up in New York, all that nation of gods and earth and all that. They started that. And then they got into the Nation of Islam and ruined that. Yeah, they got into the Nation of Islam, ruined that. So that's why that fell off. That's why that ain't on nothing no more. Because they got in there and they don't really represent black unity or nothing like that. You understand? So that's why we can't compete with white America, because we got too many weirdos posing as black Americans. We got to get them out our circle. Or we never going to be able to compete with white America. See, we never going to be able to compete with white America messing with Jamaicans and all them different Africans and all them different weirdo Caribbean dudes and them. We'll never be able to compete because they got us like this and white people like that. So all these weirdo Bahamians and you from Bahama and you from all this and you all got your crystals on and all that. You walk around with crystals and incense and all this old weirdo stuff, right? Trying to see how deep your conversation can go while you really stacking money. See what I'm saying? That ain't gonna get it. This is why we got to kick the black diaspora to the curb. You know what I'm saying? They got to get deported. They got to be out of here. No, 5% came from immigrants in New York. That's where it came from. That shit came from immigrants. Straight up. That shit came from immigrants. The leader of the nation of Islam right now is an immigrant, bro. You just talking. Dude ain't no foundational black American. Mr. Farrakhan ain't no FBA. So you could type all the historical stuff you want. The Nation of Islam is tethers. That's a fact. Nation of Gods and Earth, tethers. Moors, tethers. Them is all tethers, bro. It's a tether organization. You could say whatever you want to say about how it started. What is it today? They tethers, bro. Today. You want to go all the way back to Clarence. What about today? The Nation of Islam is a tether organization. The leader is a tether. And they practice colorism. Because if you ain't no high yellow dude, you ain't going to get to run the Nation of Islam. I'm just saying. You ain't gonna get to run the Nation of Islam unless you light skinned. They practice colorism. Okay, well then stop trolling about that and let's move on. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I know exactly what I'm talking about. I don't try to You know what I'm saying? I'm in Chicago. I'm here. I'm in the headquarters, and I'm telling you, it ain't black like that. And then all that stuff to been infiltrated. None of that stuff was to build black people. And the money wasn't for the black community. The money was for the leadership to buy nice mansions and homes, have homes all over the country. You can't show me where none of them. And what happened to him? What happened to him? I thought they found him unalive in the floor in the bathroom. I rest my case. Yeah. And how did that work out? How far did his black ass go? Okay, he wasn't gonna never be nobody. He was never gonna be nobody. He was never gonna raise up. That's why they kicked him out. I bet. Listen, this big Pharaoh, and they kicked Khalid out to make sure he wouldn't be in no leadership position. If I ain't mistaken, if I ain't mistaken, he was in Washington at the Million Man March, but he wasn't invited to the Million Man March. He was on live stream or he was on YouTube talking crazy. He was too black. But let's just move on. I know. Khalid was too black. The Nation of Islam practices colorism. The whole concept is that we used to be high yellow and something happened and okay, this big Pharaoh, let me move on. The whole concept is racist, that our hair wasn't nappy, that our hair is nappy because something's wrong with us. Come on, man. The whole concept is colorism. Farrakhan came to LA and said, y'all ladies know y'all like a light skinned man with good hair like me. Right there in LA, this big Pharaoh. I don't want to be exposing everybody, but y'all be playing with the Don Dada. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Farrakhan came to LA in the 80s. I was there. Shout out to King OG and the King Shaver. All the brothers was pissed. And he got in front of black people and he said, ladies, y'all know y'all like a light-skinned man with good hair like me in LA. That's a fact. That's what you said. That's what they say. Nappy hair is no good. Your hair's supposed to be kind of straight. That's what they teach. Go read about Yakub and all that. You know, this big Pharaoh. Now, if you want to argue, come put up like, I don't take all your money, put up 5 racks. You know, I take your money. You know what I'm saying? I take your money. We never was really messing with dude like that. Everybody got to be a certain shade. You don't see everybody a certain shade. You don't notice that? Everybody's a certain shade. Yeah, he was beautiful and magnificent. Okay, if you say so. I thought he was on the floor unalive from peels. Whatever. I don't know. I don't know. I thought he was on the bathroom floor unalive with pharmaceuticals from the devil. I thought he had medicine from the devil and that he was taking. I don't know. I don't know. I thought he was taking medicine from the devil. That's what I thought. And, anything could have happened. They could have slipped him a Mickey. I don't know. But I know he had the pills from the devil because they said the white man's the devil. That's what they said. I don't believe that, but that's what they said. So if he had pharmaceutical, that I'm confused. You know what I'm saying? I'm confused. I'm confused. You know what I'm saying? So you would have got your shit from Walgreens. I thought you said Walgreens was the devil. But okay. That's why that's why I came. That's why I came. They wouldn't let me join nothing. They like, no, get out. They threw me out of everything, but that's another thing. I got put out of everything. I got put out of Black Power movements. They threw me out. When I was a shorty, when I was like in my 20, 21, they put me out of Black Power. They used to put me out of everything, throw me out. Nobody likes me, but that's okay, because I don't like y'all anyway. I swear to God. I got kicked out of everything. Think I'm lying? They need to do a movie. I swear to God, Black Panthers and everybody have thrown me out. They say I be doing too much. I am not lying. They threw me out. Think I'm lying? Mustafa walked out my apartment. Farrakhan's son, Mustafa, that's my brother. He walked out. He walked out my last time I seen him, he walked out my apartment. I swear to God. I said something wrong. That's my brother though. I've been knowing him since we was kids, but the last time I seen Mustafa, he walked out my apartment. What did I say? Oh my God. That's the last time I said, that's my brother though. Because we was young, you know what I'm saying? We come into this blackness together. What year was that? That was like 19. Probably 80. Probably 19. Hold on, I can tell you. Probably 19. It was right before my daughter was born. Hold on. Probably 1980. My dreads was still kind of short. It was way before Savior's Day. The first Savior's Day they put back. Because, me and them, we was childhood friends. Oh, I'm going to tell you right now. Yeah, that's that he walked out. I don't give a. But he was a little boy at me. Okay. My daughter was born in 81. So that's like 1980. Mm-hmm. 1979, 1980. He walked out. Because I don't be cooperating and I be saying too much. Because I'm non cooperative. You know what I'm saying? No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't because back then that wasn't that. It was like I had all these pictures in my closet. Okay, let me see what you're saying. Black paper, Black American homeless, supermajority Black region of states, great reverse migration, first published by Freddie. Okay. All right. So my point I'm making is we not doing the diaspora. Okay, we're not doing the diaspora. We're not, you know what I'm saying? we can't really be dealing with the diaspora. The diaspora, blacks around the world and us, we're not the same. Blacks around the world don't have the concept that we have. We have a different concept than them, right? So blacks around the world, they're slow. They're behind. We're the only ones that have lived with whites the longest. Black Americans, if you think about it, we're the only ones that come up in a white country. No other blacks on this planet have grown in a white country. We're the only ones. Africa not white, the Caribbean not white. There's hardly no blacks in Canada. That was a long time before they got some black people. If you look at America, America had the most black people come up in the country the whole time because of slavery. So we're a unique group of black people. We're one of a kind. And because white people run the world, and because we're their number one student, as far as non-whites, we're the number one student. So we know how this go. Other blacks don't know how this go. We know how it go. Blacks in the Caribbean don't know nothing. They slow. Blacks in Africa don't know nothing. They slow. They're all slow. Not because they're slow naturally. They're slow because they don't have no experience with whites like us. They were ruled by blacks that were ruled by whites. So they used to have whites used to have blacks tell those blacks what to do. Still in Africa right now. Their leadership is being controlled from Europe from a distance, like a puppet master. All their black presidents are not really black. They're controlled by foreigners. But here in the United States, our presidents have been white. We haven't been under no black presidents. Right? So, we don't have the same mindset. And now, right now, they're going to distract where we're trying to go. Right? So, this is why we're kind of glad they're getting the Haitians out of here. We hope they get the Africans and a lot of people out of here because I don't see black immigrants are definitely not good for foundational black America. They're a bad example. They don't like us. They don't like us. Like they don't like us. They are jealous of us. They're jealous of us. You see the African show with Godfrey and the two African brothers. See, you can see the jealousy oozing out their brain. You see how they brag like black British when they get to play a role of a foundational black American. They don't do it with no honor and dignity. They be like, now we're playing your characters. We're great actors now. Like that. It's real messed up. Look at Godfrey, how he flip-flop, 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 flip-flop. Flip-flop, flip-flop, flip-flop. All you got to do is look. And what has happened, the Europeans that run America have seen that black immigrants are bringing down the whole country. That's what's really going on. Seriously. This is why they're throwing them out. because they've realized these black immigrants are going to bring down the standard of our country. They see the same thing we've been telling them. We've been telling white America, look, these people, they ain't on nothing. Because when another race, right, see you black and they see you come into a place where the other blacks is at, and you don't integrate with your own blacks, they know something wrong with you. So when you see black immigrants come here and how they don't work with black Americans, they can tell you they're not good for the country because they can't even get along with the people they same color that been here before them that paved the way for them to come here. How we paved the way for you to come here, how we got it so you can go to a washroom. See, whites know the history. How you come here and everything you got, everything you could do, we fought for everything you could do, and you beating on your chest. But you ain't create none of the freedoms that you enjoy. We the ones created all the freedoms that you enjoy. Everything that an African or a Caribbean or any black person here come and do, it's off of our blood, sweat, and tears. White America know it, and we know it. So black immigrants are terribly, horribly disrespectful, and they don't know nothing about America. And they have let white Americans see that they can't be trusted. Because white America look at it like this. If these black people fought for them to have freedoms and they come over here and turn on these black people, they will surely turn on us. We got to get them out of here. Africans and Caribbeans have ruined their reputation with white America. They don't trust you. They will never trust you. They're done. Because America, white America looks at them like we can't trust them. They don't even respect the people that paved the way for them, like they know the history. Two people know the history of slavery, the slave and the slave owner. We was both there. You wasn't. So now, this how they look at it. If me and my brother come to school and the kids see I'm always doing my brother dirty, the kids are going to think, if he'll do his brother like that, he'll do us like that. So the kids are not going to like you. Nobody can trust you if your own brother can't trust you. Black immigrants don't know the game. They came over here and let white America see they don't respect us, that we can't trust them. What make them think white America gonna trust you? White America's not gonna trust no Jamaican. White America's not gonna trust no Haitian, no Africans. You've got no loyalty, you got no decency to your own race. You don't. That's why Rasta failed and reggae failed, because the Jamaicans was frauds. They was talking black unity, but they didn't like black Americans. They didn't. They didn't like black Americans at all. And all that somebody used to teach you and treat them bad in school. No, we talk about adults. You're a full-grown Rasta bass player or player with other full-grown black Americans, and you hating. Now, if you're a full-grown black immigrant over here, and you hate another full-grown black person about something that happened to you in grade school, yeah, you need to be deported because you don't even know how to grow up. You don't even grow up. So you bought something from third grade. So you dealing with me based on somebody did you in third grade. Okay, get out. Get out. You lack maturity. So you just never grew up. I remember when I was in the third grade, you called me banana boat man. All right, listen. But get your ass on a banana boat and get the hell out of here. Bye. You in the way. Okay. All right. Go somewhere and grow up. Go grow up. You know what I mean? For me, white America is saving black immigrants. To me. To me. Because white America know that once black immigrants cross that line, we're going to bang them out. And their numbers too little. Because we gangbang. If you look at LA, you look at the situation with the gangbanging and stuff. That's because it's a whole bunch of Hispanics. So they running across the border illegal, putting their gangs together. They going toe for toe with the blacks. And wouldn't none of that happen in Chicago. We wish the Latin kings or one of them would try to play with us. We'll knock the Latin off their king. I'm just saying. We ain't doing none of that. Now, I'm not trying to promote no violence. I'm just explaining the difference in the two regions. Why the gang violence with the Hispanics and stuff is going on so long in LA because they on the border. But in these cities that ain't on the border, you start talking about Ohio, Chicago, stuff like that. We just ain't gonna work. Like the mix ain't no good, and it don't bring no money to the table. It just, you're not bringing no money to the table. You're making America more primitive. You're taking us backwards. That just is what it is. You know what I'm saying? You're taking us backwards. They're going to clean Cali out. Your numbers will be up. They're going to run all them people out of Cali. They're not going to let them people keep destroying California like that. They're going to run all of them people out of California. You watch what I tell you. Because them people have destroyed the money. They hurting the Hollywood, the movies, and everything. They hurting the bag out there. They're going to get them Hispanics out of California. Trust me what I'm telling you. They doing step 1, step 2, step 3. You watch. And if anything happened to Trump, they already got everybody in order to come behind him and go. And black Americans, we voting Republican. We're not voting Democrat. The Democrats are done. We're not voting Democrat. No, they ain't going to nuke California. We're not going to vote Democrat. The Democratic Party's done. Because the Democratic turned to the foreign party. The Democratic Party is the immigrant party. They got to go. They're a threat to Americans. A lot of they politicians ain't even American. Look at that boy up there in New York, the mayor. He ain't really no real American. That man shouldn't be no mayor of the biggest population in the United States. That man is not no American. Mondani, he not no real American. He's a transplant. How you a mayor that quick? What skin he got in the game? What have he done in America? Name me what he done. He put in 20 years in America? No. He got no skin in the game. They let too many immigrants in New York, and they put that man in office to protect immigrants. That's why they voted for him. You're going to see a big war with ICE in New York. ICE going in New York. Once ICE gets rid of these Haitians, they're going to go after New York, and they're going to go after California, and they're going to go big. And they're going to use this military move against the Haitians to get their tactics together. And those ICE tactics are going to get bigger and bigger. And once they get through with the Haitians, they're going to go hit these Africans and these people real hard. They're going to hit New York. They are not going to let New York be no third world country. It's going to be quiet in New York. They're going to deport millions of people out of New York. easy 2 or 3 million people in New York is going to prisons. Why you think they making deals for prisons in African countries and Asian countries? They're gonna send you to foreign prisons. Hmm. They're gonna send them people to foreign prisons because them people is ruining the United States. I'm telling you, you can't even get a job in Miami if you don't speak Spanish. Yeah, the entire arena was all Mexicans. Yep, yep, and the economy tanking too because they came from broke countries, and broke countries make broke countries. They can't make no money. Okay, when you let a bunch of people from broke countries in, they make your country broke. They don't bring in no money. They bring that same broke mentality, that same way they function, and the reason their country is broke. They gonna bring that to your country. And what they gonna do? Like that's just what you expect them to do. How they gonna come and bring prosperity? They don't. What do they know? They don't know nothing about prosperity like that. They don't know nothing about that. They know low level jobs. They'll do that. But when you got a bunch of people that can only do low level jobs, your country gonna fall, bro. You're not gonna keep trolling my. You're not gonna keep trolling me with this nonsense, okay? I ain't gonna listen, man. Come back tomorrow. Man, don't you ain't gonna keep trolling me. Whatever you posting, go. Why can't you go to your own website and promote what you promote and stop trolling me with whatever your? Just cause nobody coming over there listening to you wherever you at, don't bring that over here, bro. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what you posting. I don't know what it represents, but bro, we seen you the first time. Like I don't know. I don't even know what that is. You know, I'm not gonna be promoting something. I don't know what it is, bro. I don't know what you represent with that. But I know I'm like a lot of y'all when we start be talking about FBA, all of a sudden y'all start coming up with all these other things. See, that's some agent stuff too. You know what I'm saying? You come out, you come out and you be like, we foundational black Americans. Then you look up all these other people start coming with, well, we foundational American blacks and we this and we that. And that be a distraction to throw a whole bunch of new things out there to muddy the water, right? To start a bunch of stuff to split up the movement, right? So now people start saying, well, I'm this, well, I'm that. I'm heritage American all of a sudden. What the fuck is that? See what I'm saying? So now somebody talking about heritage American, right? To split everything up, right? You know what I'm saying? Why you just couldn't be foundational black American? What's heritage American? Okay, here we go with the agents, right? I don't know why Dr. Umar ain't in prison already. I guess they trying to build up the case for fraud. Like he been committed fraud. He's supposed to be in jail. So I don't know what's up with that. I don't know what they're waiting on to arrest him. I don't know what they're waiting on to arrest Umar. How much money they gonna let him swindle? When they gonna go grab him and get his books and see where that money at? You know what I'm saying? I don't know what they're waiting on. Because he's obviously swindling. I mean, how long you gonna let him raise money for a school? Yeah, and he's a Cuban. He's not a foundational black American. But somebody need to go in his house and check on his mama in there in that wheelchair that can't move. That's what they need to do, and make sure she getting on Social Security. I know about heritage. I'm talking about they got something called heritage Black Americans too. I know the heritage Americans they straight, but I heard somebody say heritage Black Americans. I'm like, what the hell is that? Yeah, we are. We're going to get on the census, but the movement got to get bigger. In order to get on the census, the movement got to be bigger. It's not big enough yet. We don't have enough people identifying yet. And that's why if they keep coming with all these other different things, then that's going to prevent us from getting on the census. That's what I'm trying to say. If we keep letting people make up new stuff like this dude posting this weird red, white, blue stuff that ain't standing on foundational black Americans, posting some other weird stuff, people like that are destroy the movement. He coming over here posting some other weirdo stuff he done made off the backs of foundational black Americans. So right then, I really don't want to listen to what you're talking about because you ain't even get in where you fit in. Get in and help FBA. Now you trying to come with something else like some kind of agent. I'm not going to promote that over here. You know what I'm saying? Whatever this weirdo, spy, divisive new stuff. Yeah, all kind of weirdo stuff. But ain't nobody gonna be no Sulan and all them weirdos somewhere burning incense and stinking, trying to cover it up with incense. Ain't nobody, you know what I'm saying? All that leadership gonna get trashed. As soon as they pop their neck out, they gonna get a whole video over it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We gonna change your name to Sit Down, America. Sit down. Now Sulan, and Bulan, and all this. Go sit your goofy ass down somewhere, American. That's what you is. Okay, what about goofy ass America? What the hell? You know what I'm saying? Sit your goofy ass down somewhere. All that make believe nonsense. You know what I'm saying? Some brother that's a hater. We got, and they're nuts. We got lunatics. Lunatics always start movements too. I've been out here. Lunatics start moving all the time. All the time. I've been seeing it all the time. I'm gonna start a movement. We're gonna be the booty scratching Americans, and all that. You know what I'm saying? Bro, sit your ass down. You know what I'm saying? Until I get on them. Until I get on their bump and do a video about them and trash their whole little movement. That's what I'm on. I'm trying to make it easy for Tyreek. Don't worry about Tyreek. I got down here. All the scumbags and slugs. You let me handle them. You know what I'm saying? I'm slugging the slugs out. You know what I mean? Yeah, he ain't going nowhere. He gonna get exposed. You know what I'm saying? So we got a lot of conscious tethers. They got crystals. They are distraction, right? They never identify who they are. Then you got the Pan Africans. They trying to sell Pan Africanism everywhere but in Africa. So you can't trust a Pan African because to legitimately push Pan Africanism, it would have to start in Africa. It's called Pan African. It's not called Pan American. So when you see Pan Africans that won't pan their ass to Africa and push that in Africa, they scamming like Marcus Garvey, like their leader. Because that Marcus Garvey was a con man, okay? That took people money and bought raggedy ships and pocketed the rest of the money. That's why the feds grabbed him. He was scamming. So Pan Africanism that's not pushed to Africans first is a scam. Because why you scared of the Africans? Well, the Africans ain't gonna buy it, right? So how you gonna sell me something African that Africans won't buy it? Make it make sense. How you gonna sell Black Americans Pan Africanism, but the Africans won't buy it? It's like Sarah Seti. Constantly been pushing Pan Africanism. All he doing is selling his little stuff and talking. but he never pushed Pan-Africanism to Africans. He don't never go talk to Africans. He just keep talking to us. Africans don't pay him no attention. So how you represent Africa? Make it make some sense. Nobody in Africa listening to you. So what is you doing? He keeps standing up for Africa, and Africa keep ignoring him. Africa don't speak on his behalf, none. And the man there, Sarah Sunsetti, he there pusher Pan-African, ain't speaking up for Detroit, no. Detroit got all kind of issues. Black people losing property left and right. That man will not have video after video telling us what's going on with black people in Detroit. His mind way in Africa. Talking about he a general and he letting people run over Detroit, take Michigan. Black people ain't even getting treated good in Michigan. And his mind way in Africa. His mind way in Africa. He ain't standing on nothing right there in Detroit. Mind you, my family up there. My grandmother and all her uncles up there. I got big, real bloodlines up there. I got to go up there and tune in and find out where everybody at. I lost contact with everybody. My mother passed away. She was the one in contact with my grandmother's brothers and my mama's uncles up there. My grandmother and her brothers went up there. It's like 7 of them. So I got to find their kids and their grandkids up there. I got to take a whole 2 years to go find everybody. Because I had really dipped off from the family and all that and was doing my own thing. I've been seeing Black Americans was going the wrong way, eating the wrong way, doing the wrong thing. And I've been saying, how y'all going to do anything when y'all self-destructing with the food? Everything you saying to me sounds stupid. It's just like, okay, so you're going to eat a bunch of cancerous food and you're going to accomplish what exactly? So to me, Black Americans, with the food, I felt that Black Americans didn't have it. Because if you ain't strong enough to get out the food, you ain't strong enough to get out the white man. Like, because he the one selling you the food. So you're not strong enough to build no nation if you got bad habits with what you're consuming. And you giving your kids the food, and the food is making us pass away earlier every generation. So what kind of plans you got for Black people when your parents drop from living 190 years down to 80 and 70? Now you dropping down to 60 and 50. You feeding your kids, they going to drop down to 40 and 50. So if we pass away and getting sick at 30 to 40, 40 to 50, what you finna accomplish? You ain't even going to be here. I'm confused. And you sitting on a big economical bag, because if you change the way you eat, that creates a foundational Black American economical system with food. And now you've got your own development with food products, restaurants, drinks, and stuff like that. It creates an economy. No, you're going to talk foundational Black America to eat fried chicken, pass away early. Who going to carry the lineage? You ain't going to even make it to 60. Not like that. That's a whole nother story for another day. Like, you got to create everything. If you want to be a great nation. You know what I'm saying? It ain't what come out your mouth, what's going in your mouth. If the wrong thing going in your mouth, ain't too much going to come out your mouth because you're going to be sick. So that right there, that's an issue. Like I said, I've been stopped messing with Sarah Sunsetti when I seen her on Instagram with some damn lunch meat in the George Foreman grill. I said, man, this ain't no damn general. These General Mills. You know what I'm saying? Boy, you some cartoon serial ass nigga. Sit your goof ass down. Boy, you can't lead nobody nowhere. That's why I stopped listening to dude. I had to go over there and say, bro, what is this you eat? Right then I saw this nigga ain't no leader. He just barking. He just talking. He ain't got no leadership qualities. Now he done turned into a 2-bit panhandler selling junk on his website. Come on over, get your Egyptian oil. It's like, bro, the kind of general is you? A general store? Get the hell out of here. They're barking, bruh. You bootleg on the internet, you definitely bootleg outside. You ain't getting down like Big Pharaoh. I'm really that outside too. Just like I'm all that on this side, I'm all that on the outside too, boy. I'm really that on my soul. I'm really outside for real. I really got the Goonie Goons for real. I'm trying to feed them better. I got a hard job. Imagine trying to get GDs and BDs and Blackstones to eat right. This is easy, y'all, easy. I'm dealing with the real knuckleheads, right? They up early in the morning with a 50-cent juice and flaming hot. So I'm like, bruh. And they extra dumb. The streets, they ain't been to school since the 5th grade. The ones I be talking to, they ain't been going to school steady since the 5th grade. I ain't lying. Hard work. Can you imagine going outside teaching and you got to pat everybody down? No, it ain't his ego. That's how he make his money. He can't make no money old kind of way. He ain't the brightest bulb in the lamp. I know y'all can hear him. Peace, family. You know, he ain't really that bright, you know, like that. He's not really sharp like that. You know what I'm saying? He ain't the brightest, he ain't the sharpest knife in the drawer. But you know what I'm saying? I mean, he wouldn't have no rank in no military I got. Like hell no, he wouldn't be no damn general. Hell no. He'd be general sit down, you know. Sarah said he go sit down. He wouldn't be nothing in no real military, nothing like that with that slow draw. Peace, family. I'll still pick cotton. Boy, shut your ass up. That's what I'm saying. We you know what I'm saying? And then, you know, if you real, you'll jump on this. We need lineage. In order to get lineage, once we push lineage, now we can start watching our politicians. See, if you're not pushing lineage, right, and you sleep like SETI, now you ain't checking lineage. So anybody could be your mayor, anybody could be your governor. So you don't even got real military type, ancient Kemetic type military, because you don't know who your high ranking officers is. You got foreigners as your high ranking officers. So you ain't talking no type of military if you ain't doing lineage and heritage, if you ain't checking people's bloodline. You see what I'm saying? So if you ain't no FBA and you ain't distinguishing how you military, you not, you bootleg. You don't got no military skills or nothing. Period. You ain't military. Him and 3 guys and me and 3 guys, they'll get wiped out. They wouldn't have a chance. Okay? Slow. They don't study and they ain't really looking for the benefit of black people. You understand? If black people, if we don't really check our heritage and really get on code with who's who, how we gonna build our nation? Because now you're gonna let all kind of people come in with no real respect for your particular lineage, and they're gonna drain your community dry, which is exactly what's happening in Chicago, Detroit, everywhere. You let people come in, open gas stations, stuff, drain the community down because you ain't dealing with lineage. You just buying from anybody. A lineage is very important. Now, people look at us crazy because we pushing lineage, but everybody else you dealing with pushing lineage. They just ain't telling you. You think Arabs ain't dealing with lineage? You think the Chinese that got the stores in your neighborhood don't deal with lineage? You think white Americans don't deal with lineage? Everybody's dealing with lineage. Everybody's running business based on lineage. We the only ones not. We the only ones just people. Nobody else is just people. When I lived in O Block, when I come out of O Block and make a left, right before I get on the freeway, there's a gas station. And when I would go to that gas station, there was an Arab dude in there, and he used to give me, sometimes just give me gas and stuff like that. He was cool. He was an Arab. When my mother passed away, I had to watch my father. Now, this is on 63rd. This is on 63rd. My father lived on 116th. So when I was taking care of my father, there's a gas station out there on Halsted. So one day I go to the gas station out there. Who do I see? I see the Arab from 63rd. You know how far it is from 63rd to 115th? So I said, what you doing over here? He said, my cousin bought this one and the other one down there. So these Arabs, they same family, got the gas station on 63rd, got the gas station on 115th, and got another one, okay? His cousin, right? Based on what? Because you call them Arabs. It ain't just these. I'm not talking Arabs. These not Arabs. This is a family. You missing my point. This is a family. He didn't say the other. I didn't say the other Arab. I said his cousin. Y'all look at them as Arab. They not Arab. They are family members. They're not just Arabs. They are lineage. They're buying stuff based on lineage. A cousin is your lineage, your bloodline. Not just any old Arab when it got that store. No, that's incorrect. That's misleading. No, that family is buying that. Their lineage is buying that. So that's why Foundational Black Americans is a threat to immigrants, because now we'll be playing the game the way they play the game. Lineage. Who you want to spend money with? Do you want to keep it in your lineage, or you want to put in somebody else's lineage? This is why FBA is a threat. That's why it's a threat. This is why the Caribbean people don't like. Why you really think Black immigrants are really pissed at FBA? What you think is the real reason they pissed? And what you think the U.S. government just did? Because the U.S. government, Trump just threw you a big ass alley-oop. Foundational Black Americans. Trump is throwing you a huge, huge alley-oop. Yes, Donald Trump is throwing you a big ass alley-oop. Do you see it? Do you see the alley-oop he's throwing you? He's throwing you a big alley-oop without white America even knowing it. Put it in the chat if you think you know what he's doing. What he doing? What he doing? When them people run and leave all them businesses and all them jobs, who's supposed to go get them? Right now, if you're a black woman and you're younger, go your ass to nursing school right now if you're smart. Right now, young black women, tell all the women and men too in your family, go to nursing school right now. Right now, right now. Become a CNA and then take your time, become an RN, whatever. Right now. Because they keep saying, well, if they throw them out, who gonna be the nurses? I'm telling you, they're telling you right in front of your face. When they sweep the immigrants out, white Americans and black Americans gonna have more jobs, more better income, more better living standards. Look at the insult. They be insulting. Well, if they throw us out, who gonna do the job? Just think about it. That's an insult. Everything. Listen, that's an insult. That's an insult. When they throw them out, who gonna have the job? Who gonna be here when my restaurant closed? I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna buy it. Who you think gonna buy it? Who you think gonna buy it? Who you think gonna be the nurses? They ask, well, who gonna be the nurse? Just listen what they saying. When they ask questions on who gonna replace the immigrants, they making a statement at the same time they answering the question. Y'all just ain't listening close. They asking you, well, when they leave, who gonna do these jobs? Just think about it. Let that sink in. Ain't like me, fool. What are you talking about? But what are they acting? Listen, they acting like if they throw them out, there ain't gonna be nobody need a job, right? Listen, are they not acting like there's nobody gonna be? If you throw the Haitians out, the Haitians are claiming that there's going to be nobody to run them stores and do them jobs. Now let that sink in, because that's an insult. Why they assuming that we're not going to do it? Why they assuming that all that government money going to them ain't going to go to free nursing programs for us? Because that's where it's going to go. Trump, thank me later. I got this. Hey, where you think all the free money, when they throw out all these immigrants, all of the money they've been spending on them, where you think it's going to go? It's going to go for free training, for replacement. See, that's why immigrants got to get the hell out of here. Because they don't even understand America. They don't know nothing about America. Let me ask y'all something. Y'all know anything about the white man in America? He got a piece of paper. Right here it say, okay, on this day, we're going to start deporting all these immigrants. Y'all don't think he got, what you think is at the bottom of the paper? Stop playing with the white American man. He's smart. He got it. We're going to go. We're going to send ICE. We're going to get these ones out of here. We're going to get the Haitians out of here. We're going to get these Sudanese and all of them out of here. We're going to get all these Mexican and Hispanics out of here. Okay, then we ain't going to have no jobs. So we're going to have job training here. We're going to have to put all this money here for free job training because we're going to have to replace all of these CNAs and all these nurses. What y'all think the white man's stupid? He already know. We're going to throw you out. We're going to hire them to do it, fool. Now, he got that already. We spending this much $1 billion on them. We could spend a quarter of that and have all the nurses we need. We could spend a quarter of that money that we wasting on you to build our own country up. That's what the whole Republican Party know that. They're not stupid. They already got plans to replace your job. They already got plans for bringing in white immigrants to your Haitian city. Oh, yeah. They're going to be bringing in white immigrants by the plane loads. They're going to be bringing in white immigrants that already know how to do the job. They're going to be bringing in white nurses and doctors from Europe and from by the millions. They already got them. They're going to be bringing white people down from Canada and all that. And if you're black, you get in where you fit in. If not, hey, tough titty. If you're black, you got to get in where you fit in. If not, they say, hey, the opportunity was there. The immigrants, the Haitians really think they the only one could be nurse in the whole world. They don't think white people can replace them with nurse. They're like, who going to do the nursing when I'm gone? You mean who going to be a good nurse when your raggedy nursing ass is out here? Because you ain't even no good nurse. You ain't no good nurse. And all this stand with black people, listen, I speak for foundational black Americans. We ain't had no black people stand with us. So we don't want to hear that fake Sarah Sudan said he nonsense black nothing. That don't even exist. We by ourselves. We always been by ourselves. We don't got no black Americans. We don't got no allies. Where? Every black person that come get around us don't work with us. They all come to compete against us. Am I lying? Look at the black brothers and stuff coming from Africa getting in the NBA. Africans talking about we better than you in the NBA. They never come and be brothers. They always come to put us down and compete against us. Always. They never come and build with us. Everything black immigrants do, they never compete with white people. They only compete with black people because that's what they do in their raggedy ass countries. In their countries, that's what they do. They go against each other. Tribalism. They don't fit over here. They come from tribalism. Africans don't fit over here. Caribbeans don't fit over here. They do tribalism. America, we do black and white. We don't do tribalism. They don't understand that. In America, it's black and white, period. No, don't do tribalism. So they come over here, they don't be black. They be Nigerian. They be Jamaican. Even the white man don't like that. Get your ass out of here. Get your ass out of here. Get your ass out of here. They do tribe. America don't work on tribe. In America, black and white is down here. It ain't black and white up here. It's black and white. America's up here. They do America. It's a war. We going to fight for America. They do the land, protect the businesses on the land. They don't do all that. The only reason they do special stuff for white people because it's a whole bunch of white people and they got to make sure they got jobs. It's 200 some million white people. Yeah, they got to make sure them people got jobs. It's only 50 million black Americans. So they got to have privileges for whites. They got to make sure the majority got jobs. They don't look at it straight with race. They look at dollars. That's what they look at. They look at dollars. White Americans, government, they don't do race. They do money. They don't give a damn about no white people in Europe or nowhere. They don't care nothing about them. They white. Y'all think white American government care anything about Russians and them other white men? They don't care nothing about them people. I'm trying to tell you, they'll do some business with them. They don't do that white shit. Not Americans. No. They just do USA. Because you got to understand the white man in America, his brothers and them turned on him too. The white man and the black man in America, we both went through the same thing. The rest of our race turned on us. Yeah, the white world turned on the white man when he was in America. Yeah, they turned on him. Sure did. Because he didn't want to be no puppet to the British. He didn't want to be a puppet to the white people in Europe. So once he didn't want to be a puppet to the white people in Europe, they turned on him. That's why it was World War I and World War II. Hitler hated white Americans. Hated them. Ask somebody. Hated them. Black Americans and white Americans is the outcast from their race. That's why we got so much in common. Am I lying? Who's the outcast of the white race? White Americans. Who's the outcast of the black race? Black Americans. That's what we got in common. Tell me I'm lying. They all white people speak down on white Americans. White Americans think they better. White Americans. They don't like them. They don't like them. Go to France. They don't like white Americans, man. Nowhere in the world, other white people do not like white Americans. They jealous of them. Just like other black people don't like us. I'm telling you. That's why we got like a love-hate relationship with white Americans. We the outcasts. They know it. White people know it. Black folks don't know this. White folks know. That's why whites in America got affection for black Americans. Because we go through the same shit. And through all that, World War I, World War II, the Dust Bowl, the Great Depression, us two, we the ones made it pop off. We the ones built this country. That's why I'll be saying black Americans built the country. Black and white Americans built the country. The white man was out there in that desert building that railroad too. He was out there. That railroad didn't just get built. Somebody had to build that railroad. Yeah, you had slavery down there, but somebody had to build them farms. Somebody still, white people had to work. You understand what I'm telling you? So now they looking at these other people like come here like they don't understand the country. See, for young people watching me, when you look at America and you look at the greatness of America, right? I'm gonna tell you the exact dates. You're looking at 1960 forward. Facts. Any white professor would tell you the same thing. All that stuff before 1960, cool. But America you in today was built in 1960 forward. This America was built from the civil rights movement, from that era forward. When you go behind that, you got the Great Depression, you got World War II, you got the Dust Bowl. America was starving. Facts. So when people try to tie this America back past that, they wrong. This America you live in today was built from 1960. That's a fact. By blacks and whites. That's an absolute fact. From the industrial age. Facts. The Great Migration was black people coming to the North to build this damn country. That's a fact. That's why our parents had big homes, 2 cars, Cadillacs, Oldsmobiles. They worked at Ford, Chevy, Lincoln. Go back and look at the history. That was like, the hell with racism. We starving. The white people was like, man, we starving, man. All hands on deck. My mother's mother and my mother's uncles, they all went to Detroit. Boom, blew up the auto industry. My daddy and his brothers and my mama, they all came to Chicago, blew up all these industries in Chicago. All these bus companies, cab companies, all these companies. Whites and blacks built all this shit from the 60s through the 70s and the 80s. They built all this. That's a fact. All this what y'all living in do not go way back. It go to 1960. Do your research. What they call the industrial age built this country. The World Fair was in the early 1900s, but America wasn't none popping. Wasn't none popping until after the end of World War II. The 90s was primitive. Chicago only went to 31st Street. Chicago only went to 31st Street. Wasn't no Chicago. Chicago only went to 31st Street. Mothers were still taking baths in tubs. You had to go bring hot water from the other floor. Yeah, that shit was primitive. Chicago didn't get sophisticated till I was born. That's a fact. I was born in 1958. Chicago didn't get sophisticated till I was born. Chicago was primitive. The house I moved in when I was 4 years old, that whole shit was new. That whole South Side was new. Go watch some more videos. They tell you. Chicago, all the action was down 35th Street. Chicago was primitive. They ain't had no damn round expressway. They ain't had them L trains and all. They ain't had none of that. The doggone bus had electric. It was electric. The streetcar. It was real primitive. They had wires down the middle of the street, and they had like a train with a thing up, and it rubbed on the wire. Oh, it was primitive. It was primitive. America was built in 1960. I'm telling you, when I was 2 years old. All that construction happened. I was born in 1958. All that construction happened from 1958 59, 60, 61, 62, 63. Facts. And when we moved out, they had to build all them schools. They had us at Whistler, and we was in the gym. It was so many, the baby boom was so many of us. It was 100 some kids in the morning kindergarten class and 100 some kids in the evening. And we used to have to go in the gym, and they had 3 teachers in the gym, and we had to throw rugs. And we would lay on the throw rugs, and this teacher would teach, and that teacher would teach that group and that teacher. And then the teacher would play a piano. We'd get up and groups would move. And then you would go to this teacher. They would go to that teacher. They would go to this teacher. When I got in first grade, they put us in mobile units. You ain't old enough, you don't know. Mobile units. Mobile units was proof that they had to build all these schools. So they put us in first grade, I was in a mobile unit. In second grade, I was in a brand new school, brand new home, brand new school. And it still only went, Chicago only went so far. It was a while before Chicago finally got to 127th Street. 127th Street is the end of Chicago. But Chicago used to only go to 30-something. Then they slowly got it out to the 40s. Then they got out to 50. Then they got out to 63rd. Then they got out to 79th, like that. But the America y'all live in was built from 1960 forward. Facts. That's an absolute fact. From white people and the black migration. Wasn't no Mexicans. What's a Mexican? I ain't seen no Mexican until I got to L.A. What the hell is a Mexican? Wasn't no Mexicans. America was black and white. That's it. Wasn't no Africans. Wasn't no Jamaicans here. Wasn't no Africans here. It wasn't nobody in the United States for black and white people. Maybe up in New York, it might have been some immigrants, or I don't know. But I know it wasn't none in Detroit, wasn't none in Alabama, wasn't none in Mississippi, wasn't none in Birmingham, wasn't none in Nashville, Tennessee, wasn't none in Louisville, Kentucky. Okay, all that shit was black and white. That's the only people in this country. That's a fact. I'm born 1958. I'm this is me seeing. This ain't no book. I ain't read that out no book. I was here. I ain't read that out no book. All of that, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, West Virginia, all that's either black or white. And they built all of this. By the time Stroman got like 5 years old, a whole bunch of stuff had got built. Yeah. He went to brand new stuff. Stroman went to brand new stuff. Any school he went to hadn't been built that long. And the education switched. It went from arithmetic, right? When I was little, it was reading, writing, arithmetic. To what? Math. That's when math came in. Like I'm about to third grade. Arithmetic was out of there. So it used to be arithmetic. I'm trying to tell them, D-Fam, I'm giving them some real history over here. It was arithmetic. It was called arithmetic. Then it switched to math. They called it new math. All that shit was new. This whole America that you in today started in 1960. Everything before 1960 is gone. There might be a couple buildings here and there, but the basic infrastructure, that's gone. Because even in the 70s, 80s, some streets still had brick roads. They had to go pave them. On my soul, I ain't lying. They ain't have no circuit breakers. when I was a kid. When it's a storm and a power line fall, it would be in the alley sparking. Then they came out with the circuit breaker. So now when a power cord break, all the lights go out so that it ain't hot. But when I was a little boy and the power cord would fall from the store, it would be hot. If you touch it, it's going to electrocute you and unalive you. Now they got the circuit breaker, like they changed the whole structure. Yeah, they still had them cobblestone streets. Nah, Mexicans were nobody on the West Coast. How old are you? What year you was born? You gotta identify yourself. What year you was born? You talking about the early 1900s? You wasn't in the early 1900s. So right there, false information. False information, not first-hand information. You wasn't born in the early 1900s. Talk about what you know. You was not here. What year you was born? I got to get you out of here. I was born 1958. State your name. State your year of birth, because we want to hear real facts. We don't want to hear nothing you read allegedly in no book. Yeah, the dumb way. Yeah, you'll be with false information, okay? Yeah, you'll be with false information. Yeah, this big furrow. Yeah, you'll be with false information. This big furrow. Yeah, it is big furrow. You little, whoever you is, you little. Whoever you is, you little. This big furrow. Mexicans wasn't nobody, bro. Mexicans wasn't nobody like that. Mexicans wasn't nobody. Mexicans was fighting for the Mexicans y'all see. They was fighting for that in the 80s. Mexicans was fighting in the 80s to be what they are now. There no Mexicans like that. Dude don't know what you talk about. Mexicans was fighting in the 80s for this. That was under Reagan and Bush, where Mexicans was fighting to be in the country like they are now. When I was in LA, it was just a handful of Mexicans. Mexicans wasn't nobody. There I go, LA right there. Mexicans wasn't nobody. There's a few Mexicans in Compton. That's it. Then I lived up north. I lived in Glendale. And up in Glendale was a small Mexican neighborhood. But as far as Mexicans being deep like that, no, Mexicans was a few of them. It was just a few Mexicans. Even in San Diego, it was just a few Mexicans right off the border. It was just a few Mexicans. There wasn't a lot of Mexicans yet. The Mexicans didn't get over here until I went to Hawaii. When I went to Hawaii from 83, the Mexican was deep like 88, 89. But they still wasn't super deep. They didn't get really super deep until Rodney King. Rodney King, when the Rodney King riots, that's when the Mexicans got deep. Anybody in LA will tell you. There was not a lot of Mexicans in South Central LA until after Rodney King. A lot of blacks got displaced and the Mexicans came in. That's a fact. That's an absolute fact. That's an absolute fact. Mexicans got deep at Rodney King. That is a fact. That's when they got deep. That's when they was all on Vermont, all down Vermont. I remember going down Vermont. We went back out there. We in a limousine. I'm going to get some eggplant sandwiches from the brother. Used to make eggplant sandwiches and fries. And we in the limousine. And when we get to the black neighborhood, there's Mexicans everywhere. What's the name of that high school? Hollywood? Is that Hollywood? Yeah, Bronzeville was the place to be in 63rd, later 63rd, down there in Inglewood. Bronzeville and then Inglewood, yeah. Brownsville, and then Inglewood. And what shut all that down was the malls. They don't tell the history, bro. I tell the real history. What shut all the shopping down was the malls. The malls got rid of all of that, right? Because now my mama, she could go to Evergreen Plaza, park in the parking lot. She could park on the underground parking lot. If it's snowing, she don't get no snow on her and the kids. She can go in Evergreen Plaza on 95th and Western. She can go get a locker, put me and my sister's coats in there, and we can walk around in the mall, and we can go to all the stores. We can eat, we can do everything, and she don't got to go, because back then, bro, hold on, let me put it back in here. Because back then, right, let's say your mama take you to Brownsville to shop, but she looking for some gray pants for you, and then they don't got them. Now she got to go back to the car. She done paid parking. Now she got to drive to Jewtown to try to look for the gray pants. But see, once they built the mall, now she can go to Carson's, she can go to Marshall Fields, she can go to all the stores in the mall and find what she wants, and she don't got to drive all over the city. So once they built Evergreen Plaza, it was over with. They threw up Ford City, then they threw up River Oaks, then they threw up Lincoln Mall. It was over with. All the stores closed. Downtown was a ghost town. And that's when they tried to figure out what we could do to save downtown. And that's when they blocked off State Street. Remember when they blocked off State Street, say no cars could go down State Street, figuring they can make it shopping, but nobody finna go outside and shop when they can go in a mall? That's what got rid of the stores, the malls. And the malls put the white people out of business too. Not just the black, the little white lady had the little candy stores, right? Right? And all of that. What you say? I mean, I ain't care nothing about what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? Don't watch it. You know what I'm saying? Go watch something you like. You know what I'm saying? Go watch something you like. It's real simple. You know, act like a man. You know what I'm saying? Be a man. Don't be following no brother like that. What's your name? Black man lion, bro. You not acting like no lion. You know what I'm saying? Lake Meadows Mall was built later. Let me see. Because we never did go over there. Lake Meadows was constructed in 1954. Lake Meadows was constructed in 1954. But it wasn't. Let me see. Let me see where the address, where they was at. Hold on. They was over there on 35th Street. They was over there on 35th Street. But what happened, okay, that's a good question. But what happened, the reason Lake Meadows Malls didn't blow up, because all the black folks had moved south, right? So they lost their customer base, right? Because all the blacks left 31st Street and 40, all the blacks went south. So Lake Meadows got lost in the sauce. And then that became the low end, and the money was out south, and the low end was looked at as poor. And so nobody wanted to go on the low end, because the low end was where a lot of the broke young brothers would be at. And so those of us that live on the far south side, Our parents got money, got good jobs. But when we go on the low end, we got to deal with a lot of dudes from the projects. So we always got to fight them because they dusty and they some haters. So we didn't really go down on the low end because every time we got to fight brothers on the low end because they jealous because they don't got no money. That's when we came out with the saying, just because you broke don't mean you won't get your ass beat. Because we was like, these dudes think because they broke ain't got nothing to do with hands. We used to have to whoop dudes down there because they thought being broke mean you could fight. Being broke ain't got nothing to do with fighting. You know what I'm saying? And that's why Rabs didn't do so good because Rabs was on 63rd Street where you get your clothes tailor made and stuff. So blacks from South, we felt more comfortable at Jewtown because Jewtown didn't have all that going on. But 63rd Street and all that, they had too much stuff going on, too much hate. Yeah, the 115th for Houston when they built that little mall. That's when they built that, that's when they first came out with Jules Grand Bazaar. And that's when they first built these big ass jewels. They called them Grand Bazaar. It was called Jules Grand Bazaar. And you go in there and they got 25 registers. You know what I'm saying? I remember when they built it. It was called the Jules Grand Bazaar. That was the first big superstores with 25, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I remember that. That's when they had the big ass jewels right there on the 115th. I remember that. But you go 115th Street, right, and then you make a left, right? You going east. Now, yeah, you're going east, you make a left, you go down, then that was where the Swim Bicycle Shop was at. Yeah, a lot of black people that lived on the low end, they used to go to Lake Meadows because Lake Meadows was nice. It was nice. Lake Meadows was nice, but black folks was getting a lot of money. So everybody that was getting money, they moved out south. This is before they was going to the suburbs. The first place black people was moving to was from 87th South. Once you get to 87th and go north, those homes is a little bit older. That's where my uncle and them used to live. So they had them brownstones there. So those homes were a little bit older from 83rd North. When you get to 87th South, that's where they start building the first new homes. That first patch there, boom, went to 95th. Then they went again, they built from 95th to 115th. Then they built from 115th. Oh, yeah, Chatham was the new stuff. Chatham was the new homes. Right there. And then over there, that's where Community, the store was, all the stores right there on 87th. Black folks shot crazy on 87th and Cottage. 87th and Cottage was crazy. Peel Hill. I think Peel Hill was over there by Beverly. I think Peel Hill was by Beverly. Let me see. Where's Peel Hill? South Chicago, 87th. Yeah. From 87th to 91st. Yeah, that was Peel Hill. It was also called damn, what else it was called? It was called there was a lot of doctors and stuff over there. Damn. It's gonna come to me. It was called something else too. Peel Hill was next to the other neighborhood. Man, it's gonna come to me. 87th Street and 91st Street, and from the damn Rhine Expressway. Right. And then when you go to the other neighborhood back there, that's called all my friends lived over there. Chatham. That's Chatham. So most Peel Hill, mostly everybody would be in Chatham though. Everybody would be in Chatham because Peel Hill was real quiet and it was right off the freeway and nobody really hung out right there. Them people had a good spot because nobody really hung out in Peel Hill. That's why I don't know where it's at because it wasn't a hangout spot. It was dipped off. Right? So as soon as you get off that freeway going east, Peel Hill dipped off. That's why I don't know where it's at. Nobody go over there. Nobody go up in there. Right? Everybody was in Chatham because Chatham had the Nate Cole Park, the Cole Park, and Perry Park, and then all of the blacks used to shop on 87th and Cottage. Pilcher Park. I don't know what Pilcher Park is. A Cole Park? Because we used to call it Perry Park. I don't see the Pilcher Park. We used to call it Perry Park. Perry Park is the one right there behind Cottage Grove. Oh. They don't say Perry Park no more. Okay, Cole Park. But what's the other one? What, they changed the name of it? We used to call it Perry Park. I don't see Perry Park. I still see Cole Park. Perry Park was like almost at 80. Perry Park was almost at 83rd. Did they change it to West Chatham? Oh, they changed it to West Chatham Park, I think. I think they changed that to West Chatham Park. I think they changed the name to West Chatham Park. It was right there, dipped off. You couldn't see it because it was behind where community and all them stores is at. So you got Cottage Grove, and it's right behind it. It's right behind Cottage Grove. It's a little bitty park, like 84th, 85th. We called it Perry Park. 84th, 85th, right there, right behind Cottage Grove, going west. Is a little park. We used to call it Perry Park. No, no, like dipped off up in the community, up in the Chatham community. It was like a little bitty park. And you could turn off the street and turn in there and park, but you couldn't go further. It was cut off. You couldn't drive through. You couldn't drive through. It's called Perry Park. That's what we used to call it. It was right there, right off of 83rd, and whatever that first street, the first street out the cottage, going west, whatever that street is, right there, it's right off of that street. It's dipped up in there. It's dipped up in there. Right there, right back up in there. We used to go in there. That's why I used to hang out. I used to shoot dice up in there. It's a nice little park, but it's nice. We used to call it Perry Park, though. I don't know what it is now. Where was the original rink at? We didn't go. We went to Markham skating ring. Because we lived in the far south side. We went to Markham skating ring. That's where everybody on the south side went to Markham. We didn't really go up in the hood because they was fighting and stuff too much. So we didn't really go up. We didn't really go up in the neighborhoods. Our parents didn't really take us up in the neighborhoods because it was too much fighting. It was too much. By the time we got in like the 5th or 6th grade, it was too much gang violence up in there. They was gang banging too heavy. So those of us on the far south side, our parents kept us out there. The gangs wasn't too bad out there. But once your ass get to 80 something, it was banging. I remember Screaming Wheels, but we used to go to Markham skating ring. And then Savoy skating ring. Then they had the skating ring right there by O Block, but they used to fight too much. Dude took it and built a school, built a church. They used to fight too much. We didn't go. We couldn't. They would fight too much up in the hood. They would fight too much. We stayed out of Chicago, like up in the hood. We didn't go to nothing up in there. It's too much fighting. It's too violent. The only time the violence dipped down was from 72 to 76. Yep, that's where we used to go skating at. The violence only dipped off from 72 to 76 because we was the baby boomers and we didn't join the gang, so the gang didn't have no recruits. My generation didn't join, so it kind of dipped down a little bit. But before 72 and after 76, nah, it was too bad. Real bad. That's when they started breaking them hats off Dipperary. It was too bad. Nobody used to go up in there. Yeah, it was too bad. I had started working a job and stuff, so I wasn't going to no hood, nothing. I was going to like Phil Johnson party, like upscale parties with black people that work downtown, Phil Johnson parties with DJ Ernie Green and stuff like that. Upscale. I wasn't going to no hood stuff. The hood was over with. By the time you get to a couple generations after my generation, the parenting, they had the worst. That was the beginning of horrible parenting. The parents just became, they didn't raise their kids right. Yeah, they didn't raise their kids right. So by the time you get in them areas, the parenting was horrible, absolutely horrible. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we used to. Then there wasn't a whole bunch of immigrants like that. There wasn't a whole bunch of immigrants. When all them immigrants went to New York and Florida, they destroyed the country. Really, they let too many of them in, and they didn't acclimate to American lifestyle. And it's still messed up. They let too many immigrants in. You can't let immigrants in like that. You gotta let. You gotta have strict immigration. Yeah, I remember that movie. You gotta have strict immigration. You gotta let a few in so they can acclimate to your society. If you let too many in at one time, they destroy your society. Turn your society into theirs. That's why I'm with the Mexicans. When all the Mexicans ran across the border, because when I was in LA in the 80s, the Mexicans was quiet. Their neighborhoods was quiet. They didn't have gangs. When I lived up in Glendale, they didn't have gangs all over the place and stuff. They had a few in Compton, but the Mexicans wasn't wilding like that in the early 80s. But once they let them flood in, they didn't ruin California. California looked like a third world country. When they let all them Haitians and all them Africans and stuff in this country, it ruined this country. Everything written in Korean. Yeah, they let too many immigrants in. And then people come in disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? They let too many. You know, when you got immigration, you got to let them in a little bit at a time so they acclimate. You can't let too many of them. They let too many Haitians in here. They let too many immigrants in, too many Mexicans and Venezuelans and Nicaraguans and stuff. They had them, I think Nicaraguans in LA, and they started a gang called MS-13. And they deported them and they took MS-13 back to their country. A lot of people don't know that. The MS-13 started in LA. Then they deported them and then they grew in their home country. Yeah. Yeah, they grew when they sent them and deported them. They grew down there in Central America, they grew. But they started in LA. Because in LA, the gangs had street names. Because I remember when I was in the hospital, one of my hombres was in there and he had got poked up. So I'm asking, what happened? How you get poked up? And he told me, and then his friend said, I had got shot. So I said, well, who shot you? And I think he was like 17th Street. And I'm like, well, where you live? He like 16th Street. And he's like, and we beefing with 14th Street. So I was like, wait a minute. And he was like, yeah, each street is a different gang. I said, you kidding me? He said, no. No, he said, like, we 18th Street, we beefing with 17th Street and 16th Street. I couldn't believe it. Or something like that. I think it was like they were 17th, he was beefing with 16th and 18th, like on both sides. I can't remember the numbers, but that's basically what he said. Every street was a different gang. I remember because he had got shot and the bullet was coming out and I was stabbed up and I was worse than them. A stabbing is worse than a shooting a lot of times. They're like, yeah, homie, stabbing is way worse than a shooting. I'm like, you ain't got to tell me. They transferred me from UCLA to the county. Man, the county hospital is just like the county jail. Boy, you in there with them real gangsters. And I wasn't even no gangster. I was positive. Till I got stabbed. That's when I turned to that type of energy. That's how I got dark like that. When I got stabbed, that's how I turned to the demon. Yeah, but Chicago went through a lot of changes. LA too. I seen LA and Chicago change. I seen LA, Chicago, San Diego. I seen all that change. I seen it change. It was crazy. Yeah, they're from Salvador, right? They were Salvadorians, and they were Salvadorians in L.A. And they started the MS-13, and then they deported them to El Salvador, and then that's where the gang grew in El Salvador, which is crazy. But it started in L.A. That's crazy, ain't it? It started in L.A. and then it didn't get big till they sent them to El Salvador. Then it blew up. But they ruined LA. Too many people came, too many Hispanics came. So now the Mexicans that been there, that had decent lives and nice homes and was like Christians, because Mexicans was Christians. Mexicans wasn't gangbanging. Mexicans was devout Catholics. On my soul. They was quiet. They little boys wear them little suits and they girls wear the little fluffy dresses, the pastel dresses. On my soul. You go to the Mexican store, that's all they sell, them little suits for them little babies and them little fluffy dresses. They was real conservative. They was real conservative. They was cool, but they let too many people come and ruin their community. Yeah, they let too many people come. The Mexicans was cool. You know what I'm saying? On my soul. They let too many of them in. They started gangbanging. When they shut down, I give you some history. All of the white was coming in through Florida on the East Coast. So the feds went and the feds shut the cartels down in Florida. That's that whole Miami Vice thing. When they shut them down, at that time, the Cubans and the Panamanians and the Colombians ran everything. When they shut them down, now they got to go to the West Coast and come in. But when they want to go to the West Coast and come in, they got to pass through Mexico. So once they was forced to have to come to Mexico, the Mexicans formed cartels and shut down all passes through Mexico. So now the Panamanians, Colombians, and Cubans, they got to get the okay from the Mexicans to come up through California. The Mexicans got so many weapons that the Mexicans took over the whole cartel Cuba, and all them. That's how the Mexicans dominated. Because when they chased them and stopped them from coming through Florida and made them have to come to West, the Mexicans like, amigo, you have to pay to come through here. And the Mexicans took over the whole South and Central America. Mexicans run the whole South and Central America right now. The Mexicans sending them weapons. Ask somebody. The Mexicans is funding all them gangs in South and Central America is being funded by the Mexican cartels. The Mexican cartels stacking all the money. And they had, not only they had the numbers, you cannot get to California. You got to go through Mexico. Like a border. So what they did was shut down, can't nothing come in or go out. That's how they took over. Because as long as they could come up through Florida and over there, they was good. But once the Fed shut that down, because when I got in the game, stuff was still coming up through Florida. And it switched right in the middle. But stuff was coming up through Florida. Florida was the spot. But the Mexicans took over. And I mean, it got so bad. Man, the Mexicans started charging them. They had to give up a kidney to pass through. Did y'all know that? The Mexican cartel, like, if you want to pass through here, you got to give up a kidney. On my soul. See, they took all these men's kidneys. Amigo, you want to pass through here? It's going to cost you a kidney. On my soul. Amigo, you want to pass through? It's going to cost you a kidney, amigo. On my soul. I'm telling you. See all their kidneys gone? That's the only way they can pass through. On everything. The Mexicans be out there tripping. I ain't lying. Yeah. Right now, though, for y'all that came late, we was talking about the Black Diaspora. The Black Diaspora is canceled. You know what I'm saying? They ain't on code. Yeah, they ugly with it. In the 80s, in Chicago, the Mexicans had an area overthrew off 55th and Ashland. Yeah, I wasn't here. I was in Hawaii. I was in California, Hawaii. So I don't know. I wasn't here like that. El Chapo tunnels, where the whole thing was, El Chapo was working with the black gangs in Chicago. So the black gangs in Chicago was working with, that's why in Chicago they got El Chapo as public enemy number one. So El Chapo major distribution to make sure things work right was through Chicago. Chicago was the direct plug to El Chapo. Did y'all know that? Oh, everything. Oh, everything I love. Y'all ain't know that? Now, we used to do the hits for El Chapo. We'll even come to other states or wherever if you went too far. Yeah, DMX talking about Cato, rest in peace, Cato. That's what that was all about. The guys knocked Cato out for El Chapo. Real talk. This the stronghold for the work, see? He was the Latin King boss. They sent the foes at him. They sent the folk on hustlers at him. You go read the story. Go read up on Bro Man. Free Bro Man. Go read up on Bro Man. Labad Span, Free Bro Man. All right? Oh my gosh. Go read up on it. I don't want to talk too much about that. I can't really talk too much. I wish I could, but I can't. I catch a violation. But I can show y'all. Y'all can look at it. See, 11 members of the Four Corner Hustlers. Took that hit for El Chapo. The Breeze, yeah, the Breeze was working. A lot of gangs was working. A lot of gangs was working. The foes was just the enforcers. You know, the foes worked too, but the foes was if the breed got out of line or if somebody got out of line, that was the foes' job. What's going on? From the enforcer's point of view, everybody worked though. Everybody worked when they came in. When the work come in, everybody worked. When the work come in to the city, it go to like, let me see, the worker go to like 8 dudes. Like 8 dudes get to work. Then those 8 dudes break it down to 20 dudes. And then the 20 dudes distribute like that. Break it down, break down, break down, break down. So it break down, break down, break down, break down like that. I made a lot of money because I didn't break mine down. I was up at the top. I didn't break mine down. You know, you're supposed to break it down from this much to this much. and then sell it, and then they supposed to break it down that much and sell it, then they supposed to break it down that much. I will get this much and break it down to that much. I didn't do this, which kept me out of prison because I don't got to come back fast. I don't got to come back, so don't call my phone. I'll call you when I'm ready. So I don't got to come back. I got plenty. I'm making slow money, but more money. Everybody else rushing. Me, I'm just going slow, which made me like the black sheep. I don't get invited to the functions. yeah, yeah. I just break it all the way down because I didn't want to keep meeting people. The more you meet people, the more pictures you get. It's Pharaoh Elaton. See, I didn't want no pictures. That's why I never been to prison. I never had to snitch. I never had to snitch because I never done anything. I haven't done anything. The only time you got to snitch is if you did something. But that's how it worked. But I stayed out the way of the drama. That's the dark, that's the dark side of my life. I ain't really proud of that. I think I'm one of the few people got the angelic side and the dark side like that, extreme like that. Immigration destroyed all that. Like immigration messed up a lot of money. It messed up a lot of money. It's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot of raids. It's going to be a lot of people are getting ready to get locked up. I'm talking about millions of people are about to get locked up. Millions. The new tactics is crazy. The new vehicles is crazy. The new way they finna grab these immigrants is crazy. The government and right now what they doing, they letting everybody run first. Everybody smart run. So they giving you time to get the hell out the country on your own. Run to Canada, run back to Mexico, run somewhere. They waiting. They let everybody run. The ones that don't run, they coming. For us as foundational Black Americans, that whole love affair with the Black diaspora and all that, we're going to have to throw that in the garbage. Like, we ain't going to be able to do that because the Black diaspora, for foundational Black Americans, we the only ones that's going to be pushing that. So the reason we lose and the reason we can't deal with Black immigrants is because we're the only ones pushing unity. They not with that. So we just out there wasting our time. They not with no unity like that. None of that stuff we talking. They not with that. They're not with that. They with jealousy and hate for different types of Blacks, all of that. Haitians don't like us. Haitians don't like Africans. Africans don't like different kind of Africans. Them people don't like each other. So we raised in a white country. They all raised in Black. So we don't even think of like a function alike. Because we come up in a white country, we looking at Black unity. But because they come up in Black countries, all they know is Black hate. So when you see some sucker talk of Pan-Africanism or Black Revolution, that's a fool. That's somebody don't really study. And one of the biggest mistakes you can make, Black people, is no matter what concept you get, don't shut your mind down. Yeah, I seen where they ran from Morocco, where they came off the ocean and they ran. but they ran to another immigrant country, even though it's in Africa, but it's another because they control the whole North Africa. That's why Pan Africanism is total trash, y'all. Because the Africans don't even control North Africa. And so, foundational Black Americans, you really got to concentrate on home. And foundational Black Americans, I'm telling you right now, get you some kind of training. Sit you some money to the side. If you got some money, sit it to the side. It's finna be wide open for foundational Black Americans, for education, for job training, for business. It's going to be wide open because it ain't going to be an immigrant nowhere. All these Arabs and stuff in your community, they're going to be gone. There's going to be crazy medical jobs more than ever before. There's going to be a lot, way more medical jobs than ever before. Because a lot of those people is illegals. They got to go. And they're going to run. When they hit the Haitians hard, they're going to hit them so hard. All the Africans and Caribbeans going to run. Because now they making deals in foreign countries and they ain't even trying to send you back home. They're going to send your ass to Somalia, Sudan. Yeah, they're going to send your ass. They paying people to house you. Yeah. They shipping you to anywhere to get you out of here. I'm telling you. Your ass going to be in a dungeon in Kenya. They're not going to wait to get you back to Haiti. They sending your ass anywhere. They making contracts. And the ones running Canada's so expensive, Canadians trying to leave. You can't survive in Canada. You better look it up. Canada is so expensive you can't leave because Canada started beefing with Trump. He didn't shut them down. They're going to take half of your paycheck in Canada for taxes. Go see. There's videos of Canadians crying, right? Let me see what you said. So look, man. Bruh, just with your picture, why would somebody listen to you with that picture? You gotta go get you a life, bro. I know you're mad and everything, but you'll be all right in a couple of days. We can't. First off, they don't like us, okay? And I keep trying to tell Black Americans they don't like us. They don't like us, okay? Black immigrants do not like us. Some of them have a little respect for us, but overall, they do not like us. They do not respect us. Their countries never tried to help them or us. You can't show me one African country that ever tried to help us. That year of the return was a scam to get our money, but you've never seen no African country offer us anything worthwhile. Nothing. Then Africa is a hellhole. The worst thing you could do as a Pan-African is move into a place that's got a billion different tribes. Africa is a xenophobia capital of the world. Yeah, they don't want you flying no Haitian flag. And And Africa is the xenophobia capital of the world. Tribalism on top of tribalism. Yeah, they banishing them. See, they don't want to talk about all the scams. They don't want to talk about all the mistreatment in the hospitals and nursing homes. They don't want to talk about that. You understand? But if you know black women as nurses, you know how black immigrants treat their patients. You know. If you know, you know. All that we come in, we got good jobs, we work in hospital. Yeah, okay. Okay. Boy, you do not want no black immigrant nurse. And I ain't pushing no hate or no racism. No, I'm pushing the facts, boots on the ground. You want good treatment, you want a white nurse, a black American nurse, or Filipino. Filipinos do real good jobs in the hospital. Very professional. The black ones, the black immigrants, the Africans in them, oh my God. Because, for a black person, they got heavy tribalism. So it's nothing like being sick and have to deal with somebody that practice tribalism that don't like you because where you from. And you got to depend on them when your health depends on it. You ain't going to get no kind, gracious treatment, I'm telling you. The black doctors and stuff don't even treat the other black doctors and nurses nice. Seriously. I mean, they are raised like that. You understand? So it's not personal. It's not nothing they personally doing. That's their culture. They're tribalistic. Who is we? No, I don't love no Africa. I don't love nobody. Don't love me. Who is we? Who is we? I don't love no Africa. I only love people that love me. Period. I ain't never got no love from Africa. Africa ain't never did shit for me. Africa ain't never did nothing for me. To me, Africans is weak. Because why everybody got to leave your continent? Don't know. Africans don't even want to be in Africa. Africans is all over the world trying to run from Africa. You talking about you love Africa. And you ain't never going to Africa. You ain't never going to no Africa. Why is you over here lying? If you was in Africa, your power might go off in a minute. Most Pan-Africans that love Africa, they be like Sarah Sunseti. That boy ain't never going to Africa. That boy just talking. And if he go to Africa, he going to be Ferengi. They ain't going to honor him as no African. That's when you a teacher and you don't want to tell your people the truth. See, Pan-African teachers, they don't want to tell the truth because they got to flip back on everything they said. How you going to go to Africa when Africans don't like Africa? Africans don't like Africans. Listen, there's no such thing as an African. And this is what I had to find out. I thought they was Africans. I thought they was Africans. It's not till I got out and found out, oh, they not Africans. They tribe. Once I realized they was a tribe, I was like, oh no, he not no African. I'm like, he ain't even no Ethiopian. Oh wow. They ain't even Nigerians. On my soul, they not Nigerians. They Igbo or whatever. I'm telling you, listen, Africa is not even a country. I'm telling you what I'm telling you. They not a country. Let that sink in. They not South African, they Zulu. I'm telling you, they definitely not the continent, and they not their country. They are not their country. And this is what foundational Black Americans, it's going to be a hard pill to swallow. They don't represent their country. They only represent their tribe. They don't represent the continent. She said Africa is a continent, right? But in that continent is countries, right? But they don't represent the continent or the country. They don't represent the country. So you ain't even got to call them Africans. There's no such thing as Nigerians. They are not Nigerians. They are not Ethiopians. They're not. There is no such thing as an Ethiopian. They just let you call them that. Like they open up a restaurant. But they either Tigrayan, Aroma, or Mara. They're not no Ethiopians. They don't like each other. Them people in Africa don't like each other. They tribal. To beyond what a Black American, you foundation Black American, you could not even imagine how divisive they are. You would it will blow your mind. You can't comprehend because you only know what they showed you in the books and stuff. It'll blow your mind. I'm telling you. There's no such thing as Africans. There's no such thing as Nigerians. There's no such thing as South Africans. There's no such thing, which is crazy. This is information I just found out over about the last maybe 4 years or whatever. I didn't even know that. Maybe 4 or 5 years I found out. Are we the only ones represented by our country and race? No, I think Jamaicans represent as Jamaicans. But the difference is, I think Jamaicans identify as Jamaicans. But I don't know if the Black Jamaicans separate themselves from the Chinese Jamaicans. I don't know. I don't know the details on that. I'm not sure. Like Trinidadians are Trinidadians, but it's a bunch of Indians that's Trinidadians. So yeah, they identify with their country like we Americans, but there's a whole different type of people that's American. So all countries do that. They identify their country, but they're a whole bunch of different people. Now, as far as Black Americans, I think that the powers that be identify us as Black. So we ain't got no choice. I think that's the biggest difference. I think the biggest difference is you Black whether you want to be or not. So we got to accept we Black. And we can't be Americans. We Black. Because when you ride and the white police pull you over, he ain't gonna treat you like no American. He gonna treat you like you Black. So I think Black people in America got the clearest understanding that we Black. I think Black people in Black countries They ain't had to deal with no white police, so they don't know nothing about racism. They know tribalism. Black people in other countries know tribalism. They don't know racism like that. They there hating on each other. I give you an example like Chicago. If you in Chicago and you driving around, you ain't gonna have no problem with no black police officer. You know, if you break the law, somebody gonna pull you over, gonna give you a ticket, they're gonna arrest you. But as far as like a black police officer, like treating you bad and all that, that ain't gonna happen. That ain't gonna happen. If you ain't doing nothing wrong, you ain't never getting arrested by no black police officer in Chicago. You ain't never getting pulled over. You ain't never getting profiled. You ain't never getting arrested. You ain't never getting picked on by no black police officer in Chicago. It ain't gonna never happen. That's why in the South Side neighborhood, we got a whole bunch of black police. You know what I'm saying? The Trump administration and the whites that run America, they got a lot of respect for foundational black Americans. Don't let nobody fool you. Don't let nobody fool you like Trump and them is super racist. They gonna do all that. Nah. The white Americans, they have a whole lot of respect for foundational black Americans. This is people that don't really understand the dynamic. They do not consider us their enemy. Facts. The Ku Klux Klan will tell you that to your face. They don't really consider blacks no enemy like that. You got these unalivers and stuff going on from misinformation amongst that group. That's what that's all about. That's misinformation from that group, and that's black people in the wrong area trying to move in the area where you know you shouldn't be trying to live there. You're trying to go in this area and hang out with a bunch of white friends, but you know you already know they want you to stay in your own area, go fix up your own stuff. So when you see these situations, right? Now they don't consider us they enemies. That's false information. Teacher over here. They look at it like this: you stay over here and you stay over there. They just don't like integration. You don't know what you're talking about. They just don't like integration. When you say white people, I ain't talking about white people. I'm talking about white Americans. White people, I don't know white people. I can't speak for white people. I live in Chicago. But typically, they just don't like integration. Period. Typically. Nazis are the ones that believe in extermination of other races. Ku Klux Klan don't believe that. Ku Klux Klan don't believe that. The Ku Klux Klan just want to have white area and a black area. That's it. And even the Nazis will tell you they hate the Jews, not black people. They just don't want to be around you. They don't want you going to school with them and stuff like that. They want segregation. That ain't hate. They don't hate black people. That's false. That's false. They don't hate no black people. That's false. Some whites believe that and they start practicing that because they don't study their own culture. So don't get me wrong, there is whites out there that hate blacks, but that's because they not going by, they don't know, they don't even know the real culture. They just think that's what it is. But that ain't really what it is. And then they go out here and do something to a black person, go to prison, and then they can't do shit, none of that shit in prison. They ain't gonna be able to bother no black person in prison. The whites gonna stay over there, the blacks stay there, the Hispanics stay there. Y'all lift weights there, they lift weights there, they lift weights there. They gonna find out ain't all of that running over there bothering black people. Not in prison. You just stay with your own. That's a fact. And the dudes at the top do business together on everything. Do you think if somebody they got addictions, you think if somebody gets some substances up there, they all ain't gonna, if a Hispanic gets some substances, you don't think them Aryans gonna go get that? You don't think them blacks, you don't think them Hispanics and blacks or Aryans gonna divvy that up? Come on, man, y'all don't believe that's not realistic. Everybody got their own car. That's it. But a lot of whites getting the wrong idea and think that the hate is real. That shit's not really real. That's not really sanctioned. That's not sanctioned nowhere. That's why every time they try to get new white hate groups, they always fail. Because the rest of the whites be like, no, that ain't the doctrine. We just teaching separation. They're like, we just teaching separation. We not doing all that. Immigrants took our kindness for weakness. You know, immigrants, the thing about black immigrants is, it wouldn't matter if you be kind or not. Black immigrants are extremely jealous of foundational black Americans. And that jealousy creates dislike. They don't like us out of jealousy. They do not like us. Period. Even the Pan-African ones, when I was around playing reggae and be around the Jamaicans, they was jealous of us. And jealousy creates hate. But everybody points out the hate, but nobody points out the root of their hate. It's not like they just hate us. No, they jealous, and then that creates the hate. So it gets a little confusing because you think it's hate, but it's really not hate. It's jealousy that make them don't like you. That's what it really is. It's not really just natural hate. You know, like hate just naturally, like you just look at somebody and hate them. No. It's jealousy. White racism comes from jealousy. When somebody see your skin and you got that beautiful brown skin and they skin peel and they can't be in the sun, subliminally they're not going to like you. Ain't you seen them white people in Europe burning? The sun is unaliving them, like the sun is actually taking their life. Like haven't you seen that? The sun was actually taking their life. They drinking melanin now and doing all type of stuff. If it get too hot, we'll be the only ones here. You want separation for your people too, but we had that at one time. Before these Europeans started to come into the pale-face enemies started having. That's not accurate. We was beefing. Don't leave that part out. Let's take the Native Americans, right? When the European came here, did the Native Americans get along? No. They leave that part out. They didn't just come in and conquer the Native Americans. The Native Americans did not get along, did not like us. They was different tribes from different areas in the world. The European would sell this one guns, and then sell this one's guns. And after they fight, then he would come and get rid of both of them. How can you have a bunch of tribal hate in Africa and blame the white man? When it shows you that the West Africans offered the white man slaves. The white man didn't even know nothing about buying those slaves. It was the brothers in Ghana that asked the Spanish, you want some people? We got some people for sale. The Spanish said no. Let me repeat. When the Ghanaians offered the Spanish the other one's Portuguese. Those were Portuguese. When the Ghanaians offered them slaves, the Portuguese said, no. What we going to do with them? The Ghanaians said, just take a few. The Portuguese took a few. Portugal's right up by Spain, went up there and sold them. And that's when the Portuguese came back and said, y'all got some more? And they was like, yeah, because they was selling their enemies. The black Africans was selling their black enemies. But if you look and study the history, the Portuguese was not coming there for no slaves. They was trading Africa's mirrors and liquor and guns for other stuff that they was taking from Africa, other goods. You know, Africa got a lot of goods. The Africans offered them people. They said they didn't want them. They said they didn't want them. Right? They said they didn't want them. They just took a few. They went back. They came back. They got a few more. They came back, got a few more. Then that's when they started building the slave markets. The first people they sold, Alley Cat, was their enemies. They did not sell their own people. Africans technically did not sell their own people. They sold their enemies they was having wars with. We know they was all Africans, but technically at that time, they never considered themselves no damn Africans. If I'm Booga Booga tribe and y'all Yaki Yaki tribe, and we fight you Yaki Yaki, I sold some Yaki Yakis. Yaki Yakis ain't Booga Boogas. So in their mind, they wasn't selling their own, they selling Yaki Yakis that they've been fighting. But as the Portuguese kept taking them, the Spanish wanted some. Now, when you take a Yaki Yaki up there, he just black. He ain't no Yaki Yaki to them, right? So to the buyer just noticed a black. The seller look at it as an enemy. So now the buyer wants more blacks to the point where they pull guns on them and start taking them. And they had to build the forts. Let's get the real history. Because they used to come on a boat, right? They used to come on a boat. Like they would come on the ship. Then they would come on a boat. And they would put a few slaves on the boat, right? And then they would take them on the boat. But as they're getting 50, 100, they had to make better ways to transport them from the shores to the ship. So they start building these big old forts because now the Africans want to store them. They don't want to wait to catch them when you get here, correct? So the forts was a store. They started having a people store where you pull up and get the people. And they put it right on the coast so you can come up with the small canoes, and they can load them onto the canoes and take them out to the ships, because you can't bring a ship inland. You can't bring the ship up close because the bottom too deep for the ship, and you're gonna hit rocks, you're gonna hit coral and all that, reefs and shit. So they start making a place where they can already have them when you get there. As they start running out, they start going up to the Niger, grabbing Ethiopians and black Egyptians and East Africans, which most of y'all is East Africans, bringing them up to Niger and selling them. Not selling their own people, selling other people, because they was not Africans. Okay? You understand? That's where the hustle came from. All these other people typing on top of me, they ain't got knowledge, because if they got knowledge, if they was really into wisdom, they know that when we do wisdom, we got knowledge, we don't type on top of other scholars or other teachers. So when you see people typing information on top of another teacher, they don't have knowledge. They not really from the real school of knowledge. They bootleg. You'll never see Big Pharaoh type on top of another person that's already dropping information. So when you see people trying to drop information on somebody they don't represent knowledge. Let's just get that part straight. They don't come from the school of knowledge. They bootleg. They doing competition. They not doing knowledge, because when we do knowledge, we don't do that. You know what I'm saying? We don't do that. We don't go stand up there at nobody else's lecture and start talking. That's basically what this is equal to. It's equal to going to see Dr. Ben, and you think your ass supposed to get up and talk. Like that. Like no culture. Like not cultured in the art of knowledge. So I don't know how you're going to teach somebody knowledge when you ain't even cultured into the art of sharing knowledge. You really look stupid. I'm just saying. You don't represent no knowledge. You're not supposed to be trying to stack knowledge on top of no knowledge while somebody's saying knowledge. You can ask a question, but that other stuff just shows me you don't got no damn knowledge. You dumb as a rock. Where you get your knowledge from? What school you came out of? A bootleg school of stupidity? I'm just saying. Who your teacher? Because he ain't teach you shit. I'm just saying. Who is your teacher? I'm wondering. Let's keep it a Billy Willie. So this is how that goes. So the whole time they told us Africans sold their own, they wasn't selling their own. They start out selling their enemy, right? Now you know how money is. So once they start selling their enemy and they start making money and they run out of enemies, right? They're like a dope fiend. So now they're trying to sell anybody. Their mama, their auntie, you know what I'm saying? Once it went so far, they just started tripping. You know what I'm saying? Once it went so far, to the point that one day, real talk. So let's say y'all, we got some slaves, and we ready for them to come back. The Portuguese gonna come back and get these slaves. Every time the Portuguese come, right? It's 20 of them, 50 of them. They can't get the slaves, right? So one day, y'all, let's say we the ones grabbing the slaves. We waiting for the Portuguese to come. Portuguese always pull up one or two ships. So one day they say, here they come. And we look, and we see one ship, we see two ships, we see 50 ships, we see 100 ships, right? So one day we see 100 ships. Now we got our numbers up. We got 200 this time. We didn't work till we got 200 people for them to buy. But we look out there, they ain't coming. It's 100 ships. They jump out and grab all of us. That's what happened in Africa. They looked up, it was 100 ships. They come up on shore, shut up. They grab everybody. They go to anybody. They go inland. They go to all the nearby tribes. They just take everybody. We don't need you no more. And they take over the forts. Now they go out here and start grabbing their own Africans. They don't need you to get no Africans no more. See, I don't want to tell that part. The seller end up going into slavery himself. Where that part in the story? See, they leave that out. Yeah, it went from one ship to two ships to one to 100 ships. And it went from buying slaves to an invasion, right? Yeah, it went from buying slaves from you to a full-on invasion. And they went and they carved out the whole Africa. Is that the Moors helping the Moors? Now, that was before then. This the second slavery. The Moors was the first slavery. That first slavery didn't go to Portugal. The first slavery went direct to Europe. That's the slavery we was in for 700 years. We was in that slavery 700 years. That's the first one. I'm talking about the second slavery. The first slavery, we was in that for 700 years. We was in slavery up there. That's up there, and that was directly up there. That was the first slave. That was the first. That was under Islam. Islam was the first slavery. That was under Islam. That's why Islam ain't never been our friend. And brothers talking about Islam. Islam always been the enemy. Islam ain't never been righteous. Islam always been the enemy, man. We was in slavery 700 years under Islam. Islam always been the enemy of black people. That ain't our religion. That ain't our religion. And when you watch brothers that promote Islam, they act like slave owners too. They act like slave drivers. They got the whole slave mentality. You ain't never paid attention. Even that getting on your knees praying to God all day. What that sound like? Just let it sink in. I ain't trying to diss nobody's religion, but why you on your knees all day? That's submission. That was the first slavery we went into, though. Under Islam. See the Moors on the outside? They was helping Leopold, too. See the Moors on the outside? Then the Moors, the two on the outside. Yeah, that whole thing, I just don't be saying nothing, but that whole thing represents slavery. That whole demo. That whole Islamic demo represents slavery. You know what a eunuch is? A eunuch is a man that ain't got no testicles. They would cut your testicles. Oh. See, we was under the Ottoman Empire and all of them. Well, they used to do brothers real dirty, man. That's when dude broke away from Hannibal and didn't want to go fight Italy with Hannibal and went and joined them people. You know what I'm saying? See that brother right there? He don't got no testicles. They cut him off. That's up under these people. Eunuchs. Go look up eunuch. That's how they used to do. Boy, look. Go look up eunuchs. You'll see what they used to do to them black people under Islam. That's when Hannibal was going to fight Italy, and then one of his best men wanted to marry like his daughter, and he didn't want to marry his daughter, so he broke away and went and fought, really against the blacks. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. Traitors. The Moors, their whole history go back to selling out Hannibal. They were sellouts. Yeah, the Moors been sellout. Islam invaded Africa. Like, how's Islam powerful, positive? Islam is the enemy of black people. Islam never been nothing. No, Islam invaded black people. Real talk. They just flipped it around. You know what I'm saying? But the real history, no, we wasn't into no submitting to no God and all that, praying all day and all that. No, we wasn't into that. We went into that. We wasn't into that. That's all. You know what I'm saying? That's all false information. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's all false information. Allah is God's wife. ALLAT. That's God's wife. With a T, it's spelled with a T. Allah. That's the 5-point star. The 5-point star is a female. That's why they ain't got no penis. And the 6-point star is a man. The 5-point star is a female. Allah is God's wife. It's not Allah. It's Allat. ALLAT. That's like false information. That's false information. But I don't be wanting to be wasting my time kicking it off. I mean, That's all false information. You see the 5 point sky ain't got no testicles. See what I'm saying? That's all division. That's all false information. That's all false information. Yeah, that's all false information. I just don't be saying I let people do their thing. I don't be wanting to be stepping on people's whatever they teaching. I let them teach what they teach, you know. But it ain't accurate. It definitely ain't accurate. You know what I'm saying? That stuff ain't accurate. Come on. It show you right here. The first chapter. And God say, let us make man in our image. Who the hell is our? This is the first chapter. And God say, let us. Who is us? Who is us? God say, let us make man in our image after our likeness. And let them have dominion over the fish of the sea and over the fowl of the air. Who is us? Who the hell is us? You tell me. Don't nobody care. And God created man in his own image. In the image of God created in him. Male and female created he them. Yeah, I don't be trying to, I don't care nothing about nobody belief. You know what I'm saying? I don't be doing that for you to believe. I don't give a damn about what you believe or trying to get you to believe nothing. You watch if you want to watch. If you don't want to watch, you log off. It's real simple. Ain't nobody give a damn what you believe, if you believe what I say or not. You ain't even paying me to talk. I'm talking for free. I don't know. Like I said, who asked you? Log off. You say Your Highness. You call yourself Your Highness. Be one. Bro, listen. Come back tomorrow. That's how much I care about what you think. Okay? I don't even know you. You're a little boy. Stay in a little boy's place, okay? This big Pharaoh, little boy. You know what I'm saying? You still wet behind the ears. This knowledge is, ah. You know what I'm saying? That's that big knowledge. Is we deciphering. We're not doing beliefs. We're doing deciphering what's actually written. So we're not doing beliefs. I'm not doing beliefs. You know what I'm saying? Let's get that straight. We don't do beliefs. We just decipher what's written, and then you see what's written. And then that's on you from there. Now you a little boy, so you coming from the belief thing, right? So it's not over your head. We're not doing beliefs. You read it and see what it say, and then you got to go make your own interpretation. You want some? I can't. I'm not gonna let you make me believe something. It's like, listen, shut it up. But you shut it up. Nobody ain't trying to make you believe nothing. Nobody ain't trying to make you believe nothing, bro. Nobody care nothing about what you believe, or this ain't no belief fight. This is hard for me to believe. It's hard for me to sit here and read what you typing, but I do it. You know what I'm saying? It's hard for me to put up with your foolishness, but I do it. What is we talking about, bro? We don't do little kids over here. Like you on some little kid shit. Talk about multiple gods. That's what your Bible say. The Bible say, let us. I didn't write that. I didn't write that. I didn't write that. Argue with the Bible. You know what I'm saying? What you arguing with me for? The Bible say us. Yeah, it's real simple, bro. I didn't write none of that. You know what I'm saying? It's hard for people to believe a lot of stuff. It is what it is. It's hard to believe men was as tall as giraffes too, but the pictures said they was. So that's on you. But according to these pictures, giants walk the earth. So I don't know. That's on you. You know what I'm saying? A lot of stuff don't really make no sense. Pictures are left behind for you to see what you see. All right. So that's that for that. As far as the diaspora and all of that, y'all, I wouldn't beef and all that. But the moral of this conversation is foundational Black Americans really got to focus, and really a bunch of nonsense with immigrants and all that. It's not going to put no economics into our pocket. It's not going to help us do nothing. And what foundational Black Americans got to understand, people coming here to eat. So all that talk is just talk. They coming here to eat off your plate. And Black immigrants, they ain't putting nothing back on the plate, right? They don't necessarily like you or respect you. So when you set a table, which we set, Black Americans set the table with white Americans, with no immigrants here. They all Johnny come latelys, right? So when we set a table, which is called the United States, right? And all we've been through in this country, and ain't no Haitian came to save us. Ain't no Africans ain't came to save us. Where was the Africans doing slavery? Did one African sail over and do anything? We ain't seen no blacks from the diaspora till we was free. Am I correct? Right? All right. If you in captivity and nobody show up, and then you get loose and do good, and they sure start running their mouth, what you call them? I'm gonna repeat. If you in captivity and you struggling in the country by yourself, and you don't see nobody, until you get free. Then when you get free and people come and start running their mouth, what you call them? What can an African tell us? Because the Africans was too pussy to build ships and come over here and help Black people. I'm just saying. I ain't seen no stories. I know great African leaders come over here to fight against slavery. They just let it happen. Toussaint L'Ouverture, he started sucking up to the French and British. Go read the whole story. It wasn't no serious long time revolutionary like that. He turned around and sucked up, and the Haitians end up back under slavery in 20 they had free 26 thanking years. Don't be acting like Haiti did nothing great. Haiti didn't do shit. Haitians end up back messed up in 26 years. Look it up. They didn't do a damn thing, okay? And damn sure didn't do nothing for me. I don't know nothing about no Haiti. My mom and daddy was in Birmingham, Alabama picking cotton. I ain't seen the African and I ain't seen the Haitian. I ain't seen the Jamaican or nothing. And I've been going to Alabama since the 60s. And I ain't seen no black immigrants in Alabama. Not a one. So all you blacks running y'all mouth, y'all ain't done nothing for us. But come over here when you seen we was free and you ran over here. And after we struggled, after we had all our great people, now you want all the black roles in the movies, but you wasn't here for the fight to get in movies. You see them Sambos up there in Europe talking about they want to play Black Panther and all this. Where was they at with the Flip Wilsons? Where? Where was they at doing Nat King Cole? Where was they at in the struggles of Hollywood when we fought to even get in a TV show? Where was they at when black men had to tap dance on TV and all that? Where was the Africans? Where was the black British at? Where was the Caribbeans at? Running their mouth. Where was they at? Where was they at? All the blacks that want to play Black Panther. Where was they at when we was buying the Black Panther comic books? Where was they at then? Because we the one bought the comic book. Where was that African British dude up there? Where was he at? Where? Where? And he all feminine, talking about he want to play a role as feminine like that. And so now all of a sudden, all these blacks in the diaspora, they tripping. All right, cool. You haters. So now you want to step on us and suck up to the Europeans. So now the European want to throw the Haitians out, your friend. The one you tried to step over me to be with. Because black immigrants, they just be stepping on us. We be challenging the white power structure. They be challenging us. That's why I say black immigrants is weak to me. I'm not pushing hate, but to me, they weak. They only challenge the blacks. So we get sandwiched by them. We here competing against white America, trying to get somewhere, and they come behind our back and sandwich us. That's what you black immigrants do. While we fighting to get somewhere, trying to compete, we're not trying to beat or conquer. We doing straight fair competition, trying to compete, trying to work up to the level of white Americans, what they doing in movies and sports and stuff. You come, you don't compete with them, you come and compete with us. Compete with the competitors. We trying to shoot movies. We trying to, got 50 Cent trying to build whole places instead of them weirdos. Why they ain't go to 50 Cent and say, 50, we want to work with you? Godfrey is one of the phoniest black people in the world. When Black immigrants wasn't doing nothing, and there was no opportunity with black immigrants nowhere, Godfrey was doing his foundational Black American impersonations, all on our nizzles. And as soon as Godfrey, right, began to see, right, some opportunity, now look at it. Now somebody say Sidney Poitier, Cab Calloway, and Harold Belafonte, were they islanders? At that point, they was niggers. What's your response? Respond to that. At that point, they was niggers just like us. So do an islander come now compared to them? Because they've FBA. Because see, slow people like you don't mean, no, FBA mean foundational Black Americans, which got nothing to do with where you come from originally, but it got something to do with how much work you put into the country, how much work you put into the foundation of America. Because we all type of stuff. We all different type of Africans. We all different type of Native Americans, foundational Black Americans. Sidney Poitier, Cab Calloway, Harold Belafonte are foundational Black Americans. You niggas that's coming up here now, y'all is the goddamn tethers. So don't get it twisted. I'm just saying. Tethers is you Johnny come latelys. See, FBA don't got nothing to do with your bloodline. It got something to do with heritage. And when you look at the heritage of movies and all that, them people is the heritage and the foundation of movies. But you are running up here now. Y'all is the tethers. The ones that's coming up here and fighting against brothers and sisters and all that. You ain't really coming to help. Who wants somebody coming up here to compete but ain't coming to help? Like, keep it real. Who wants somebody to come and compete against us but don't want to help? And willing to go and snake us for the Europeans and take food off our table. So imagine we Black. We fight for you to walk around these streets, MLK and all that, to give you the right to get on the bus, to give you the right to even get on the airplane. You finally get the right from Black people to get on the airplane. And when you get on the airplane, you come and try to push me out of work. You don't come and work with me. You come and undercut me. But you come to the white man where I'm an actor and I might get paid $500,000. You come and say, I'll do it for $125,000 and lower our standard, make us get paid less, bring down all that hard work of foundational Black Americans that work to raise that pay rate. You come, I will do it cheaper myself. That's what you do. Because if you is an immigrant, a Black immigrant, and you feel you just as skilled as me, why aren't you asking the same salary to pay the Black Panther as the first brother was getting? Why are you lowering the salary? You claim you just as good as us. Why are you working for cheaper then? Why are you bringing down the pay rate? Black immigrants, they bring down the pay rate. They say they just as good as us. Why you bring down the pay rate then? Why everything you do, you take less money? Just the Black immigrants. If you just as good, why you always take less money? Why you cheaper? Why is it cheaper to hire you? Why do you come help them pay less? Why you damage all the markets? Everywhere you go, you damage the markets. You bootleg. Like when we used to be selling culture store, I tell you all the time, the Africans came, we selling shirts $25 a piece, $30, nice shirts. They come with some bootleg on $5. Cheap labor. And then slow. And then slow on top of all that. Because if you had any sense, you'll know. Coming to America, disrespecting us, go back. And we still being decent. We're letting the Europeans taking care of it. We could have took care of that. That's another thing that I want Black immigrants to understand. Like, we could have took care of that. Don't ever get that twisted. You Haitians, you Africans, we could have handled that. We showing you plenty love. Trust me. Trust me. Because I see some of y'all barking all on the internet, but I don't never be seeing y'all barking outside like that. You know, go where you got the numbers like California and then get a whole bunch of people then gang bang and be tough. I don't see that in Chicago. You ain't that tough for some reason. You understand? So we're going to let them throw you out. But to me, the Black immigrants, I don't like them. To me, they don't represent Black unity. They represent tribalism and division, to me. To me, Black immigrants represent loser type mentality, tribalism, division. They don't fit our program. That's why they always have to bring up gangs and stuff like that. They have to go find something petty like gangs. Because one thing they know, everybody know about Black Americans, we stick together. Period. That's a fact. The gangs is a small percentage of our population. We 50 million. We don't got no 25 million gang members, okay? So stop with that. Okay? We probably got 1 million gang members. If 49 million people ain't no gangs. All right, so stop with the foolishness. And we stick together. That's a fact. Foundational Black Americans, we stick together. You cannot play with us. Period. I don't care what nobody told you. As a group, we stick together. I'll give you an example. We had Ados. Tariq, he helps push foundational Black Americans. A lot of us, we identify with foundational Black Americans. You don't see us beefing with brothers and sisters call themselves Ados. We don't beef with them. We do not beef with ADOS at all. We consider them the same as us, just a different name. Oh, anybody tell you that? We don't beef with them. We on the same page. You do not see us going back and forth with them. What you do see is some tethers trying to make up some other stuff instead of taking their ass home and doing something at home. I'm seeing too many Africans in our business that ain't doing nothing in Africa. You know what I'm saying? You're looking weak. You ain't doing nothing in Africa. Shut up. Don't worry about our business. Go home and fix your business. And then Haitians, go home and fix Haiti. Go home. You're a Haitian man. You swear you're tough. Go home, get suited and booted and clean up your country. And you immigrant Black women, hey, you should have been decent when you these nurses in these hospitals, because you really hurt yourself, because don't nobody want no Black immigrant nurse from Africa or the Caribbean. I'm gonna tell you what foundational Black Americans be saying. You understand? You say talking gangster 80, I'm 68. But you ain't supposed to be watching me. I'm not really talking gangster like that, but I'm not like you. I don't be watching people. I don't be watching people that I don't like. So I'm not feminine like you, because you sitting up there watching me like a girl. Like, bro, get your life together. Like, go take some testosterone or something. You go click on somebody you don't like. Bro, I'm glad you ain't my son. Your daddy, go talk. Your daddy got to do something. Somebody call that boy daddy. Somebody call his daddy and tell him to come and man him up. He watching me mad typing in the typing spot. He like, I don't like you, Sid. You know what I'm saying? Boy, if you what the hell? Bro, you watching something you don't like? He clicking on me. He click on me every day. I can't stand him. Oh, he be watching me. he click on me every day. Him and his boyfriend, they be watching me. Can you believe this? Oh, I can't stand him. Watch when I click on the Lamar. Watch when I click on Lamar. He gonna still be doing that tomorrow. Yeah, I've been watching him for 3 years, and he still do that, and I can't stand him. I hate watching him. Unbelievable. Boy, look. Boy, go sit down. Where your mama at? Where your mama? Where's daddy? Somebody get his daddy. Somebody get his daddy. Somebody get his daddy. He having a fit. Well, I'm gonna be back in a minute. I'm getting on a whole bunch of people's nerves. Yeah, I'm getting on people's nerves. Yeah, I'm getting on people's nerves. I know people wonder why you get on people's nerves, because ain't nobody gonna do nothing about this big fur I'm out in the street. So ain't nobody gonna do nothing. But I ain't just talking gangster. I walking like I talk. I ain't never been no gangster. I'm a hustler. Anyway, don't be trying to make me no gangster. Like ruining my credibility and stuff. I am not no gangster. I ain't never been no gangster. I'm a hustler. I ain't never been no gangster. I am not no gangster. Okay? I'm not a gangster. But if you go to the county jail, you got to fight and you got to be on something. That don't make you no gangster. This Chicago. I'm just a Chicago resident. That's how you got to be in Chicago. And some of y'all be playing too much. I got to let you know, don't be popping up outside. That's all I'm saying. Stay your ass on the internet. You know what I'm saying? For the scoo doo 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 doo. You know what I'm saying? Don't come outside playing with me. That's all I'm saying. YouTube don't allow violence and shit like that. I don't be coming over here to promote no violence. I ain't into promote violence on no social media. Violence just send people to jail. That's all they do. And most of you internet dudes, y'all ain't coming outside anyway. Y'all ain't coming outside like that. Y'all ain't like that. And then I can't be seen. I'm the Don Dada. You can't even see me. Like a Tupac song. You can't see me. You come to Chicago for 2 years, you can't find Big Pharaoh. Boy, I'm outside, but I'm outside, but I'm inside, but I'm outside. And there's magic. Like Lucky Charms. I'm magically delicious. You don't know where I'm at. You understand? I'm dropping these bombs on these people's head, though. I tell you that. We pushing delineation. That's what we pushing. All right? We are foundational Black Americans. And we trying to level up. Okay? When we get these immigrants out of here, we're going to get our children and the brothers and the queens in these jobs. We got to get into these jobs. We got to create our own economical situation for these people to go cashless. And now we got to take a microchip or something to survive. Like we got serious stuff ahead of us to do, like real talk. We got to figure out what we're going to do economically. And we really got to think because Africa's not an option. We see that. I remember when I was younger, we thought Africa was an option, but the Africa's been conquered already. So we can't depend on Africa. The Africans will let the Arabs and the Chinese and everybody come conquer them. They just puppets in their own land. They don't run nothing but out of Africa. That's the only way they run. Real talk. Africa and let the Russians, the Chinese, the white American military and everybody take their whole country from them, their whole continent. They basically done. Them people finna go in Africa and take everything they got. Remember I said it first. They done. They done. And they're going to kick all the Africans out and send all the Africans back to Africa. Remember I said it first. They're going to throw them all out. They're using the Haitians to practice. Once they get it down and get the Haitians out of here, they are going to throw the African immigrants out of this country. And then they're going to start talking about how to remove citizenship. They're going to be removing citizenship. They're going to be revoking citizenship. And this is what these other blacks going to find out. They're going to FA and FO. All that you a citizenship, they're going to remove it. Watch. See, we don't got citizenship. We never got no citizenship. We been here. This is what a lot of blacks don't know. They going to do y'all. They going to know. We don't got no American citizenship. We didn't get no citizenship. We've been here. You got ministers. There's a paper where they gave you a citizenship. They can revoke that paper. They never gave us citizenship. There's no paper where they gave us citizenship. We just here. The rest of you immigrants, they gave you a paper that made you from not being a citizen to a citizen. And they can turn around and say, well, you're not a citizen no more. We rebuke that. Yes. And they're going to do that. They're gonna revoke a lot of y'all citizenship. You Africans especially. The Africans slow. No wonder Africa ain't nothing. The Africans are slow. First off, it don't even make no sense that no African gotta leave Africa. That don't even make no sense. How you got all the natural resources and a billion niggas and y'all can't do nothing? And you gotta come to the United States. You gotta go to Canada. You gotta go to Europe. And then go and live off all your natural resources. There's something wrong with them. Imagine leaving Africa and going somewhere and living off the resources from Africa in a foreign country. You're in a foreign country eating your chocolate, wearing your gold, driving cars made with your iron, drinking your coffee. Everything you got came from where you left. And you let somebody else sell you your stuff. Africans is letting other people sell them their stuff. Let that sink in. What can the Africans say about anybody? Bro, you left all the way from Africa to come and buy African stuff. All this stuff is African. Hey, all they buy their old stuff back. You can't make this up. They buy their old stuff back. Africans left and buying their own stuff back. They at Starbucks drinking their coffee and paying. I'm drinking y'all coffee, but I ain't no African. Boy, I ain't been to Africa since ancient Egypt. I got a little bit of African DNA. You know what I'm saying? But you friend or foe. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes trolls come and say, what up? And next thing you know, you be trolling and rolling. Anyway, I got some more stuff to talk about. You a proud FBA? That's the name of your group, Fuck Boys Anonymous. That's the only FBA you could be. You know what I'm saying? He's a proud fuck boy anonymous. Boy, get your goof ass out of here. Boy, you ain't no FBA. You a GA, the Goofy Association. Boy, you a GA, boy. You a part of the GAA, Goofy Ass Association. That's what your ass is. You's a GAA. Yeah, that's what you is. You's a GAA, Goofy. You part of the Goofy Ass Association. That's what you is, boy. Get your dumb ass out of here. You don't even troll good. How you a bootleg troll? He ain't even a good troll. Lord have mercy. Listen, young people watching me, do not waste no time trolling on social media. That's the biggest waste of time you could ever do in your life. That's why troll ends with 2 L's, because you a loser twice. On my soul.